changing of the seasons. For example, when my grandfather herds sheep, he does not wear a watch like this. He uses the sun shadow to tell time. It also helps him to tell when to take the sheep back home in their corral. It also helps him to tell when to plant corn and watermelon on his farm.
NASA Connect asked us to show you this program's hands-on activity.
In this activity, the students will make sun shadow plots every half hour, marking the ends of the shadows made by the sun and a gnomon.
You can download a copy of the Educator Guide from the NASA Connect website for directions and a list of materials.
Turn a cardboard box upside down. Tape a large piece of paper to the cardboard box. Draw 2 lines that are perpendicular to each other, from top to bottom, and the other from left to right across the paper. Mark its center with a dot. And make a very small hole in the center of the box using the point of a scissors. Stick the gnomon through the dot and the hole in the cardboard. Secure it with tape so that 10 centimeters is sticking straight up out of the box. Use a protractor to make sure the gnomon is perpendicular to the box. On a clear sunny day, find a large flat area. Tape the box to the ground on all 4 sides. Starting as early in the morning as possible, mark the end of the gnomon shadow every half hour until the end of the day. Next to the dot, label the time of the day it was marked. You will analyze the data you collect by measuring angles and length. Remove the gnomon and draw a straight line from each dot to the hole that the gnomon was placed in. Measure and record the angle between the horizontal line drawn through the center of the paper and each marked shadow. Then, measure and record the length of each shadow. Using geometry, find and label true north on your sun shadow plot. Verify local solar noon using shadow length times and sunrise-sunset times. How do the lengths, positions, and angles of the shadows change? What do the changes tell you about the position of the sun throughout the day? Would the curve change if you used a different sized gnomon to cast the shadow?
And don't forget to check out this cool web activity for this program. You can download it from the NASA Connect website.
Great job, you guys. All right, let's review. We've seen how ancient cultures used the sun-earth connection to mark the season. And you've seen an activity which uses the placement of shadows to record the movement of the sun across the sky. Research regarding Native American astronomy has recently begun to gain headway in archaeoastronomy. Let's look at the ways native cultures in the Americas use the sun-earth connection. Nancy Maryboy and David Begay are 2 indigenous astronomers from the Navajo Nation.
Yat-eh, hello. We're here in Hovenweep National Park in southern Utah. I'm a Cherokee Navajo. I live not far from here, and I'm an educator on the Navajo Nation. A cultural astronomer means you deal with the astronomy of your own culture, and we put things within the context of a native worldview. Right behind me on the boulder, you can see an indication of a solar phenomena. On the boulder, there's 2 images. One's a concentric circle, one's a spiral. As the sun begins to rise, shafts of light come in from each direction. And as the sun continues to rise, the lights meet in the center. This only happens once a year. This phenomenon occurs on the longest day of the year and is a very appropriate way to mark time. This can be a very harsh environment to live in. It can be hot, it can be cold, and it can be very dry. In order to survive, people had to live in accordance with the natural environment, and that meant the natural cosmic environment, the sun, the moon, and the stars. It was very important to track the path of the sun and the moon and certain constellations. And to do that, people used natural markers like petroglyphs and sun and moon alignments. Remember, there was no watches, there was no timekeepers, there was no calendars.
My name is David Begay. I am a cultural astronomer. I've been living out here for many years. My clan is Maidishkijni. This clan is a descendant from the Jemez Pueblo people. And here is one of the structure at LaVergne37086 National Monument. This structure had many purposes, one of which was an observatory. The ancient had a profound respect for the movement of the sun and the stars. On the longest day of the year, the sun shines through an opening and the light falls on a marker. What people experience here is really a cultural experience. It's a whole life experience. People felt the movement of the sun. People felt the movement of the moon. It was a daily experience. Among the Navajo people, for the sun, when it reaches summer solstice, it's a total life experience. People used to talk about the solstice being a 4-day phenomenon. People used to say, the sun spent 4 days before it starts moving back the other way. So it's really something that was experienced, it was talked about, it was a part of the culture, it's been passed on through the generation. I think people talk about these movements in terms of days. I'm not sure if you can really call it special math. I don't think tracking the sun down to the second was important at that time.
These buildings and boulders are remnants of ancient civilizations, much like the ruins in Rome, the ruins in Greece. And today, they're still very relevant to us out here in the Southwest. We still see the same sky, and we're in awe of the technology that was employed to build these buildings and capture these solar and lunar alignments. Today, we look in the sky, we use some of the same knowledge that the ancestral Pueblans used. We use it for planting, we use it for setting ceremonies, and we use it to keep the earth in order. The balance between earth and sky is still very important to Native peoples.
Thanks, Nancy, and thanks, David. You know, guys, one of the earliest Native American structures to observe the sun and the stars is Casa Rinconada, located in the Chaco Cultural National Historical Park. Casa Rinconada is a large kiva. Kivas are large circular rooms used for ceremonies by Native American cultures. Like LaVergne37086, on the day of the summer solstice, a beam of light from an opening in the kiva precisely illuminates a niche in the far wall. For years, Chaco Canyon was primarily seen as a trade center, but with the advent of archaeoastronomy, Chaco is beginning to be seen as a center of astronomy and cosmology. So far on today's program, we have seen how the relationship between the sun and the earth weaved a connection between all ancient cultures. Now, much of the information from those cultures has been lost to us. However, other cultures have recorded that information, and now that information is being interpreted. For a look at one of these ancient cultures, let's return to Dr. Sten Odenwald.
Thanks, Jen. Perhaps the greatest ancient astronomers were the Mayans, who lived right here where I'm standing. The Mayans inhabited the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico and Guatemala. These people made astronomical and seasonal observations which rivaled anything seen in Europe during the Roman Empire or the Dark Ages. These amazing people mapped the heavens, they evolved the only true writing system native to the Americas, and they were masters of mathematics. They invented calendars that are still accurate today, and without metal tools, beasts of burden, or even the wheel, they were able to construct vast cities with an amazing degree of architectural perfection and variety.
The largest structure at this site is El Castillo, the castle.
That these temple builders were mathematically precise in their architectural designs is borne out by the natural phenomena which occur during the fall and spring equinoxes. In the spring, as the sun rises, the shadow cast on the steps appear to form the body of a serpent which slithers down the stairs.
Here at Chichen Itza, there is a structure unlike anything else ever created by the ancient Mayans. It's called El Caracol, and it actually looks like a modern observatory.
Its design didn't function the same way as our modern observatories. Instead, its walls contain many windows. Inside the dome, stones could be removed, enabling the Mayan astronomers to observe different parts of the sky. The Mayans looked at the sky differently from any other civilization. Being near the equator, The equinox passages were easier and more accurate to determine because the sun cast no shadow at local noon during this time. They also had great veneration for the Milky Way. They called it the World Tree. The star clouds that formed the Milky Way were seen as the tree of life, from which all life came. The Mayans also had their unique constellations. Like today's zodiac, they had their scorpion. Gemini, which appears to us as twins, however, was seen as a peccary, a nocturnal animal in the pig family. Other zodiac symbols were a jaguar, a bat, a turtle, the tail of a rattlesnake, and a sea monster.
Because they looked at things differently, perhaps it's not surprising that the Mayans had a different mathematics as well. We use a numbering system based on 10 digits, but the Mayans used a system based on the number 20. Sounds a little bit complicated, but in fact it was more efficient for counting than some of the older systems used in Europe a long time ago.
The Mayan counting system required only 3 symbols: a shell representing 0, a dot representing a value of 1, a bar representing 5, and a shell with a dot representing the base number 20.
There are 2 advantages to the Mayan counting system. The first of these is the idea of 0, which many civilizations at that time did not have.
Second, they only used 3 symbols to represent lower and higher numbers. In Rome, multiple symbols were used: I's for 1, V for 5, X for 10, L for 50, C for 100, and M for 1,000. Mayan numbers were written from bottom to top, so the number 19 becomes bars of 5, 5, 5, with 4 dots above the bars. To complete the first set of 20, a dot was raised over a shell-like symbol. To get 21, the elevated placement of the dot remained to represent 20, and a dot was added underneath to represent 21. Then the counting cycle for the next 20 began again.
So what do you think the number 40 or 41 would look like?
In Europe at this time, people still struggled with the Roman numeral system. That system suffered from 2 serious defects. First, there was no 0. And second, Roman numbers were entirely symbolic, having no direct connection to the number of items represented.
So, are you ready for a challenge? Okay. Working together, try adding 21 and 33 using the Mayan system. Then try adding 21 and 33 using Roman numerals. This is a good time to pause the program. So how did you do? Let's check your work.
In Mayan, the number 21 is represented as dot, dot. 33 is 2 bars equaling 10, 3 dots for units, and an elevated dot representing 20. Adding together, you get 54, which is 2 bars, 4 dots, and 2 elevated dots. Easy to decipher. In Roman, you have XXI plus XXXIII equals LIV. Unless you actually know what the Roman symbols stand for, you have no idea what you are seeing. In Mayan, you can actually add up the dots, bars, and shells. Mayan merchants often used cocoa beans, sticks, and shells to do these calculations. From these 3 symbols, the Mayans could do everything from the simplest arithmetic needed for trade to keeping track of astronomical events, both past and future.
Speaking of astronomy, remember how I said the Earth's axis was tilted at 23.5 degrees? If you round that to 24, how would you write that in Mayan? The Mayan system of counting using dots, bars, and shells can be compared with the 1s and 0s used by modern computers, and it was all done 1,500 years ago. With all the advances that the Mayans made, it's interesting to speculate what would have happened if the Mayans had sailed east to discover Europe instead of the Europeans sailing west to discover the Americas.
To learn more about Mayan mathematics, go to the following websites.
Back to you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Stan. Well, guys, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this program possible. Got a comment, question, or suggestion? Well, then email them to connect@lark.nasa.gov. I'd like to leave you guys with a thought and a challenge. What is impressive about these sites is the accuracy of their observations and the time and effort they put into building these observatories. Looking back at these buildings and places, we see that the ancients had a natural connection to their environments and that they were also capable of high-tech accomplishments in their own times. So now, here's my challenge. How do you think people 300 or even 1,000 years from now will see us through the artifacts that we leave behind? Until next time, stay connected to math, science, technology, and NASA. Goodbye for now.
Finally, they pick one stars up and say, this will be the morning stars. It will give us direction that the daylight is coming. It will give us direction that it's in the east. Then the next one is the evening stars. It will tell us it's in the west direction. It's almost nighttime. Deliberate it more, like the dipper and all that. It revolves in different position. It will tell us if it's fall, spring, or summertime, wintertime.
Empower Hour, the most informative environmental news hour on planet Earth. Get the tools you need to make a clean, green difference. It all starts with putting the brakes on water pollution.
I'm Chris Jackson.
And I'm Will Sanders. The Empower Hour is now. Empower Hour senior correspondent Kate Campbell continues her investigation into mysterious spots on pavement and even rainbows appearing in lots across Tennessee. Chris, with the help of an automotive expert, Kate sheds new light on what turns out to be an old problem.
We're going live to Kate for the story. Are you there, Kate?
Under here.
Are you okay, Kate? Hello?
Yes, Chris, I'm fine. I was directed down here to find the source of the spotted pavements and parking lot rainbows we've been seeing around town. You've heard the ancient saying, the best place to find a leak is to look where it's leaking.
No, actually that's the first time I've heard that.
It's true. Ever notice the black stains in your driveway or green ooze in your garage? How about the red ooze you leave in the parking lot? And when it rains, how all these come together to create a rainbow? Yes? Well, pay attention out there because your car just might be the source if it's leaking fluids. If you find a puddle of red stuff and you're sitting in a restaurant, chances are it's probably ketchup. But if the puddle's outdoors and under your car, it's most likely a transmission fluid leak. To demonstrate all of this, I had wanted to put these fluids on the garage floor, but Barry, our automotive expert, pointed out that any leak, no matter the reason or size, can cause water pollution. So use your imagination as we explain this while keeping the fluids in the test tubes. So to continue, if you find an oily green or yellow liquid in your driveway, chances are it's from your radiator. That green liquid is coolant and poisonous to the environment as well as pets. If you see a puddle that is oily and black, chances are it's an oil leak. Oil is used to lubricate your engine so it runs smoothly. Oil leaks can occur in many places for a number of reasons: a worn gasket or plug, or even an inexperienced mechanic. An easy way to deal with an oil leak is to use an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry to soak up the oil. Whenever you see fluids on the ground or pavement under your vehicle, take it to a professional mechanic who can help you identify and fix the leak. Otherwise, the problem will get worse, and you could even be left without wheels.
Great job of giving a shop class, Kate. But aren't we doing a show about the environment?
Oh, I almost forgot that part. Whatever leaks from your car gets washed by the rain into the storm drain, which in turn takes the water directly into our rivers and streams. When you think about the hundreds of thousands of cars and trucks that are leaking, you can see just how one leaking car can add up to a really big water pollution problem. Rainbows are beautiful in the sky, but ugly, slimy, and sketchy on the parking lot. And one final note, Chris. While I've been focusing on cars and trucks, our viewers need to understand that leaking fluid from boats, motorcycles, ATVs, and even lawnmowers can contribute to our water pollution problems. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Kate.
Kate solved the mystery and enlightened us all. We'll be back with a special report right after this empowering message.
Columbia, this is Houston. Go ahead, over. There seems to be no difficulty in moving around. It's a very simple matter to hop down from one step to the next. And walking is also very comfortable. Yeah, this is Houston. That's affirmative.
And we're back.
Chris, to help us understand why taking care of a leaking vehicle and recycling used motor oil is so important, let's go to Tennessee's expert on pollution, the catfish.
Hi, Chris. Hello, everyone out there. I'm Mandy Madison.
Wait a minute, Mandy. The script says you're supposed to be playing the role of the catfish.
Chris, I'm way too cute to be a catfish. I'm doing this as a sunfish. Anyway, taking care of leaky vehicles and recycling have a greater impact on our lives than most people know. Did you know that in fact recycling oil is not only good for the environment, but also good for the economy?
Really? How's that?
Absolutely. Recycling used oil can save consumers money, and used oil can be re-refined and purified into high-quality motor oil. thereby conserving natural resources and reducing greenhouse gases. So when buying engine oil, ask for re-refined motor oil. Buying recycled products is an important step in recycling.
So, what exactly do you mean, re-refined?
I mean, new oil or crude oil is oil that has never been used and must go through a refining process in order to become useful. This oil never wears out. It just gets dirty. When used oil is re-refined, it is cleaned and made into usable oil once more.
I see. So why are the leaks so bad for the environment if they come directly from our natural resources in the first place?
Great question, Chris. Oil that has leaked from your vehicle, recreational vehicle, or lawnmower is eventually washed with rainwater down into storm drains and ends up in our rivers, lakes, and streams, causing major problems. Oil sheen creates a barrier on the water's surface that prevents aquatic animals from being able to breathe. Check this out.
It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car. It's only one car.
What happened there?
That shows how your one leak may seem small, but your leak really adds up with all the others to create a big problem.
So, it sounds like there are a lot of good reasons to check your engine fluids, look for leaks, and recycle.
You bet your gills there are. Plus, it's against the law to improperly dispose of used motor oil.
Is there a place that our audience can go to learn more about the effects of motor fluids and recycling?
Oh yes, plenty of sources. They can log on to www.tdec.net or they can call the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation.
Great. Thank you for being so immersed in the subject.
That's lame, dude.
She's right, Chris. As we go to the break, here's something to think about. It takes 42 gallons of crude oil, but only 1 gallon of used oil to produce 2.5 quarts of new, high-quality lubricating oil. It takes only 1 gallon of used oil to contaminate 1 million gallons of drinking water. Re-refining used oil takes only about 1/3 the energy of refining crude oil to lubricant quality. Tennessee's do-it-yourselfers, people who change their own oil and work on their cars themselves, generate more than 1 million gallons of used motor oil each year.
You're looking at real heroes. Heroes in the fight against stormwater pollution. Pollution that endangers thousands of miles of rivers and streams in Tennessee every year. You can be a hero too, by doing the little things that will help keep our rivers and streams running clear and clean. Be a hero. Stop water pollution. Go to TennesseeWaterworks.com to learn how. Water pollution is everyone's problem.
Water quality is an issue that is on the minds of high school students in Tennessee. Carrie Downs has the story.
The majority of students that were surveyed said they are concerned about water pollution, but they aren't sure what actions they can take to control it. The really good news is that most believe they do have the power to make a difference.
You know, once you realize what causes pollution, it's really easy to put a stop to it. I'd never thought before that washing my truck on the pavement was a problem. But the soap suds go down the pavement, into the storm drain, and on to the river. Instead, wash your car on the grass, or better yet, take it to a commercial car wash.
In addition, more and more teenagers are learning about recycling and the proper disposal of automotive fluids and other chemicals.
Don't throw oil cans or stuff like this into the regular garbage. You need to take it to an approved collection center. Your city or county government can tell you about these centers. You can take used motor oil to oil collection centers, including many auto parts stores and places that do oil changes.
For a complete list of used oil collection centers, go to www.tdec.net or call 800-287-9013.
State officials have told the Empower Hour that they are encouraged by young drivers' attitudes and actions. Remember, it is illegal to pour used oil down a drain, pour used oil into a storm sewer, toss used oil on your driveway, street, or the ground, dispose of oil in lakes, streams, or wetlands, spread oil to suppress dust or kill weeds, burn oil outdoors, or mix used oil with other substances.
Every time it rains, all kinds of pollution ends up in our rivers and streams. It all starts in your neighborhood. Don't overdo it. For a healthy lawn, use fertilizers and pesticides sparingly. Here's a sudsy solution. Use a car wash or wash it on your lawn. Here's a slick suggestion. Fix leaks and clean up spills. If you follow these steps and do your part, you become the solution to water pollution.
With the license and the right to drive, you get freedom, but you also get something else. Next up is a segment on the responsibility that goes with freedom. Our own Brittany McNair has the story.
Emily Alexander is into the things most 16-year-olds want, like freedom, but she also has a different perspective on what comes with that freedom, responsibility.
I've got to be prepared for any possible dangers or problems, and I have to know about maintenance and how to keep my car from being a pollution machine.
While understanding how your car affects the environment may not seem important, more and more teenagers like Emily are taking a greener perspective on car care.
I wanted to know more, so I went online and found out a ton of information about proper motor fluid maintenance and the environment. I learned that taking used oil to a recycling center is free and easy. I understand that washing oil and other automotive fluids into the storm drain could cause major environmental damage. What we put on the ground filters through the soil and grass and goes into our drinking water. We know water pollution is a problem, and the solution starts with us. You, me, all of us. By fixing leaks and drips, regular vehicle maintenance, and recycling used oil, we are making a difference.
Now people like Emily are leading the charge for young drivers to take responsibility for their vehicles and the environment. And it looks like we're putting the brakes on water pollution.
All we have to do is remember these important rules. Check your automotive fluids monthly. Clean up any leaks you might have with an absorbent like kitty litter, sawdust, or oil dry. Recycle used oil you change yourself by taking it into a recycling center. And finally, remember that water pollution is not the other guy's problem. It's yours.
Emily's got it. She proves that teens are being responsible. And responsibility goes along with freedom.
And that's all we have for this week's Empower Hour. Be sure to check out www.tdec.net for more information. I'm Will Sanders, along with Chris Jackson, urging you to put the brakes on water pollution. Thanks for watching.
All of us want cleaner water, healthier wildlife, and an improved environment.
Now there's a way to accomplish all three without leaving your yard. It's called a rain garden. In this edition of Nature at Home, we'll find out how this inexpensive, low-maintenance landscape technique can enhance the beauty of your property while protecting the environment at the same time. Rain. It's been falling on Mother Earth for millions of years, feeding life with tiny drops of water that soak down through the earth into aquifers and groundwater reservoirs, eventually making their way back to the surface, flowing from springs to streams and rivers, only to be pulled back to the heavens to fall once again.
Water is recycled over and over. This planet has as much water as it's ever going to get, and we need to take care of the water that we have available for our use and for wildlife use, and we need to keep as much of it as clean as possible.
But what happens when roofs and roads and parking lots come between the rain and Mother Earth? Unable to penetrate these man-made barriers, the raindrops become storm water runoff, rushing into streams and rivers, carrying pollution with it.
If it hits your roof and goes into your gutter and flows out into the yard, whatever was on your roof or whatever was in your yard, all of that is in the water. Eventually goes to a storm drain. It works its way back to the streams.
Everybody contributes to the problem of stormwater runoff. So that means that everybody needs to contribute to the solution.
Building a rain garden is a great way to contribute to the solution.
A rain garden is essentially a basin, a depression in the ground that is landscaped. The water that comes into the basin will stay there for the period of about a day and a half, and it will slowly seep into the ground.
Absorbing about 30% more water than a comparably sized section of conventional turf lawn, rain gardens can be as big or as small as you want them to be. Place them in an area where water naturally runs across the ground. Just off of gutter downspouts are usually great locations, but make sure you stay 20 to 25 feet away from your house foundation.
You can have one at the end of every gutter, or you can have one towards the end of your yard where several gutters drain.
And when you pick plants, you're better off going native.
Native plants in Tennessee are more adapted to our climate, more adapted to our rainfall, more adapted to the extremes of water.
A lot of your native perennials will reseed, and you want that rain garden to be as lush as possible. You know, the first year you plant it, it's not going to be, but you know, the years after, it's going to fill in, and it's going to fill in because, yes, some of the plants will get bigger, but they're going to reseed, and they're going to fill in all those bare spots. You won't have to go in and mulch it. It's going to be low maintenance.
Swamp dogwoods, asters, swamp rose, lobelia, yellow twig dogwoods, and black-eyed Susans are just a few of the many native plant options for Tennessee rain gardens.
If you fish and if you swim and if you recreate in the water, this is something that you can do to promote cleaner water.
It's all about everything working together. It's about thinking of the whole picture when we're planning a landscape in our own backyard.
One little rain garden might seem insignificant, but if I've got one and you've got one and your neighbor's got one, then we can really make an impact. So make a personal contribution to cleaner water and a better tomorrow. Plant a rain garden. It's just another way we can all enjoy nature at home.
everybody, it's Alex from the Stormwater Department, back with another fun new program for the citizens of LaVergne. We're going to be partnering with the Cumberland River Compact to bring rain gardens to qualifying citizens of LaVergne. Have you ever heard of a rain garden? A rain garden is an area vegetated with native plants in a depression of your yard that collects and stores stormwater runoff so that it has time to soak into the ground before overwhelming our stormwater sewer systems and causing flooding. They also help to filter out pollutants by filtering stormwater runoff through the garden before entering the stormwater sewer system, which connects directly to our creeks and streams. This is becoming more and more important as we change our natural lands into impervious surfaces like parking lots and roads, which speeds up stormwater runoff and increases the amount of pollution in our water. It is important to remember that the water must already be able to drain, or else the rain garden won't be able to do its job. For example, rain gardens typically don't work for standing water like this, mostly because the water has nowhere to go and it will drown the plants. Rain gardens are great for homes that have downspouts with a lot of quick water moving through them that can be slowed down before it reaches a ditch line or a storm drain. Or just yards with a lot of moving water over the grass and draining towards a ditch or storm drain. In addition to slowing stormwater runoff and potentially reducing localized ponding, rain gardens can also benefit your yard by adding beautiful wildlife, attractive native plants and pollinators like butterflies and bees. If you qualify for a rain garden, supervised volunteers will help set up the planting space and help you get all of the plants in the ground. You also will receive all the plants that you need for your garden for free as part of the program. If a rain garden sounds like something you would want in your yard, sign up for a consultation today with the Cumberland River Compact Rain Garden experts using this link. See you guys later.
We're good. Good morning, friends. Good morning. Let's start up. Will you just? Good morning, friends. Good morning. Oh, that is perfect, perfect, perfect. I hope you're good this morning. I see lots of smiles. I do. We are so happy to be here today. What a great crowd. I want you to thank Miss Lorna for this summer reading program. Let's give her a hand. I have known Miss Lorna for many, many years. Love her to death. Used to drive the bookmobile over here. Met her then. Miss Donna and I used to be at Smyrna. I got so many ties into LaVergne. I just absolutely love it. This fella over here is just awesome. You're going to see that in just a minute. This is my cousin Jesse. His granny and my mama, his granny and my daddy are brother and sister. That's how we're kin. So, all of his grandparents, both of his grandparents were on the Grand Ole Opry. So naturally, Jesse said, I'm going to play too. Guys, he's only 17 and he started when he was 4. Okay? Isn't that awesome? So I'm so glad to have him. Give him a hand. So the two of us together make up the Imagine That crew. That's us, all right? We just put our heads together one day and said, boy, can you imagine that crew together? And look what happened. There we are. We're going to have a lot of fun today, guys. I have all kinds of cool stuff. Jesse has written songs. He's going to play some music that is just too cool, okay? Are y'all ready to have some fun? Yeah! Are you ready? I need to know if you're happy and you know it, because I forgot my coffee this morning, so you got to help me wake up. Will you do that for me? Okay, stand up, guys. Here we go. Now, last time, Jesse tricked me, and he kept going faster and faster and faster and ran off and left me when we did this song. You think we can do it? Think we can do it? I think so. Here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. Oh, if you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, jump up and down. What else do we do? He's getting faster and faster. What do we do? Clap our hands. Clap our hands again. Okay, here we go. You ready? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. He got it, didn't he? I love it. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. Awesome. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, no, right. Let's stretch that right arm. You ready? Oh, yeah. Let's stretch that left arm. Oh, yeah. I think we're up now. Hey, guys. Your summer reading program this year, what's the theme? Raise your hand if you can tell me the theme or the title of your summer reading program. What you got, babe? Dream Big, Read. I love it. Boy, we went somewhere, I forget where it was, and all of them just looked at me. They didn't have the same theme. Whoops. So anyway, but you guys are the same as us. Dream Big, Read. Now, I have a question for you. There's 2 kinds of dreaming, right? One's where you go sleep. Let's go sleep. You ready? Take a nap. And it's where you dream. And you hear some music and you have dreams like that, right? Okay, everybody wake up. Then there's another dream. You're going to dream about or have in mind what you want to be when you grow up. That's another dream. So raise your hand if you know what you're going to be. I'm going to find out a little later, but raise your hand. So do you understand the difference? One is where we go to sleep and we're dreaming, right? And one is where we know what we're going to be and we're going to dream to be that when we grow up. Got it? Got it? Awesome. Well, you know what? Our friend Varmint came today, and I kind of forgot to tell Varmint what our theme was. So he's going to need y'all's help. Major. Are y'all ready? Let's go get him. I think he's back here. Did we put him back here, Jess?
I think he's back here.
Okay, let's go sing. Let's go sing. 1, 2, 3. Varmint! Oh my program, and it's called Dream Big, Read. Aw, what's the matter, Varmint? That just means, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't want to grow up. Aw. Can you say, aw? You don't want to grow up, guys. Well, I tell you what. Let's talk about some things that maybe you could be when you grow up. Anybody got any ideas? And maybe Varmint can go look. What you got, buddy?
I can be strong when I grow up.
Yeah, what do you think Varmint could be when he grows up? Any ideas? Let's give him some hints. What you got, baby?
I'll be a builder.
And build a Sonic right there. Yeah, you can build a Sonic. One of them told you yesterday to be a store manager, didn't you? Yep. All right, well, tell him bye. I want you to go in your house. I want you to look around for some things. You got it? Here we go. Say bye, Varmint. Bye. Here we go. Oh. He's got to stop eating so many burgers. He's not going to fit in his house anymore. Did you know that? All right, let's do a song that Jesse has written, and this is called Nobody Like Me. And you know what? There is nobody like you. Did you know that? There is nobody in this world like you. Are there 24 Jessies running around? No. We'd have music everywhere, wouldn't we? Is there 7 Cheyennes running around? No, I'm her mommy. I'm glad. All right, guys, we are going to do this song because it's Nobody Like Me. And you're going to put your hands in the air. And then when you hear the word me, you're going to point to yourself and say me. Because this is just for you. Everybody stand up.
Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. I'm one of a kind. From head to my toes, there's nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. Nobody quite like me. No matter how hard I try, originality shines. There's nobody quite like me.
Ready? Here's our part.
I'm round and I'm tall. I'm short and I'm slow.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Here comes the dreaming. Ready?
Nobody dreams like me. Nobody dreams like me. I think all the time with big dreams in mind. There's nobody dreams like me. I learn while I grow, all the places I'll go.
But you know what?
There's nobody quite like me.
Awesome. Is there anybody like you? No. Very good. Give yourselves a hand. You are awesome. Give yourselves a hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, bottoms on the floor. All right. I see some books over here. Miss Lorna, if we read a book, can we put it on our summer reading list? Woo! Let's read a book. Are you ready? Jesse, I love this book, but it just needs something. It just needs like some sound. It does. It needs sounds. Could you help us do some of that?
I'll do that.
He'll do that. Did you hear him? He'll do that. Where am I going to sit so we can hear? Let me grab this over here. Grab this book. And then, let's see what kind of sounds Jesse has. Are you ready? This is called Reach for the Stars. Reach for the Stars. And other advice for life's journey. Sound pretty cool? Life's journey. Let's see. You know what? You've got your whole world ahead of you. Every dream and everything you want to be, you have ahead of you. If you work hard, you can do it. Did you know sometimes it'll be smooth sailing? Can you do that with me? Smooth sailing. And other times it'll be a bumpy ride with a fork in the road. Is there going to be forks in the road when we grow up? No. No, somebody the other day said a fork in the road. We said, no, not a real fork, right? Uh-oh. You may feel like a fish out of water. And you may even feel like a small fish in a big pond. Kind of like when you go to college and there's 50,000 people in college with you. That's what my little boy said. He said, you'll be all right, you'll be fine. Well, that's your chance to make a splash. If you sink like a stone, feeling like you're over your head. Oh, did you hear that? Look at his head. Oh, it's you'll be all right because it seems that you'll be fighting an uphill battle. My goodness. Oh, but what better time to reach for the moon and shoot for the stars? Let's grab a star. Here it comes. Hold it in your lap. Hold it in your lap. Uh-oh. You won't always be top dog. Oh, in fact, sometimes you'll be in the doghouse. Thanks, Dad. That's helping. Uh-oh, we gotta get on our horse. Are you ready? Let's get on our horse. You ready? Then we gotta ride. You hear that? Here we go. So you have to dust yourself off and get right back in the saddle. If you keep a cool head and use a little, hold out your arm. Don't drop y'all's elbows around here. You know that? What is that? A little elbow grease. That's what you have to use. That's what my granny used to say. If you put a little elbow grease in it, it'll come out good. You know that? That's what she used to say. You can blaze your own trail. Are you ready? And march to the beat of your own drum. He's doing his drum. Oh, this one's good. You keep your eye, do this with me, eye on the prize. And you might just get the jackpot. Everybody say, whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. But you know what, if not, there's always time to start from scratch and turn the page. Something's not working? Grab your heart. It's okay to have a change of heart. And sometimes you will make mountains out of molehills. Oh, this might hurt too. Oh, but you may still want to be on pins and needles sometimes. And the grass will seem greener on the other side. But you know what's going to help you to get to the other side? Friends. Did you know that? This table wants to tell you something, and I don't want you to ever forget it. As long as we have friends, Mama and Daddies, is this all true? When we have our friends, we have everything, don't we? Don't we? We have, that's right, we have everything. So you guys don't forget it. But, you know, friends will bend over backwards to help you, and soon you'll be rolling in the clover. This one, it says, when you have all your ducks in a row. Does that mean we have to go buy a bunch of ducks? No. No, what does that mean? When it means a duck crossing. It means that you have everything in order. And you know what? Put out your wings, guys. Because soon you can spread your wings. And that is reach for the stars. Pretty good advice, huh? Yeah, pretty good advice, huh? I'm ready to dance. Are you ready to dance? Let's dance. I want to see some dancing, some moving. Here we go. Woo! Varmint's doing? Should we check on him?
Yeah.
Think he's found anything that he wants to be? I sure hope so. 1, 2, 3, Varmint! Here's some. Oh, goodness, buddy. Oh, goodness. Oh, you are so heavy. What? Bring these out. I don't know what that's all about. Let's see. Let's lay right here. Have you found something that you want to be, Varmint? Have you found something? You have? Okay. All right. Put the first one on. Okay, ready? Oh, my. Varmint. Can Varmint be a bee, guys, when he grows up? But I love honey right there. I know you love honey, but you've got to be something different. Let's try. What else you got? Can he be a kitty cat, guys? Jesse, is there any help? You guys have been looking at each other. You know what I think they're doing? I think they're cooking something up. I have to watch both of them. Are y'all cooking up something? Oh, they are. What are you doing, Jess? What? What are you doing? Just hold on right there. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, goodness. What on earth are you? Oh, my. What is a concert pass and sunglasses? Uh-oh. What does Varmint want to be, guys? A rock star. What are you going to sing, Varmint? Oh, with my hair back and forth. Oh, with my hair back and forth. Did y'all have this planned, Jeff? Oh, you didn't. Oh, he didn't have one. Well, I like this song. We may have to work on the hair and the glasses a little bit. What do you think? But he wants to be a rock star, y'all.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Oh, say that loud.
You can be whatever you want to be.
Ethan, you're hired. All right? He's awesome. Marmster, that might work, but I don't know. Let's go clean up your house and we'll come back. All right? Let's have some friends come up. And let's see if they can help us a little bit. Does that work? All right. I don't want to take that hair. Okay. You ready? Let's see. Gonna be a bumblebee and a mine. All right. I guess it's his own person. Hey, is anybody? I want you to tell me. Raise your hand and tell me what you would like to be when you grow up. Ethan?
I would like to be a soldier for the army. And I want to be a rebel.
This child stole my heart in like 30 seconds. That is awesome. Good job, buddy. What you got, darling? What do you want to be? A police officer? I want you to stand right here. I want you to stand right here. What you got, babe? A dolphin trainer. Oh, if I'd have brought that outfit, that'd have been awesome. What do you want to be? A doctor. Come stand right here. What do you want to be, darling? A what? A nurse. Oh, that's so wonderful. I need a boy. What you got? A basketball player. Very cool. Anybody want to be a fireman? You want to be a fireman? Come here. Stand right here. What else have I got? Oh, a chef. Has anybody ever wanted to cook and be a chef? I need a boy. I love my girls, but I need Ethan, have you ever wanted to be a chef?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, and hey, there is another thing we want to do. Well, for the army, I do want to train dolphins for underwater battles.
Oh my goodness. You want to be a chef, so would you like to cook in the military? Okay, if you do, come on up. How about that? We'll do all that other stuff later. Woo! All right. Y'all ready? All right. Don't fall. Okay. I have the chef outfit. I called some of my dear friends, and I said, I want to take some of your outfits with me this summer because I want to see what our friends look like that are dreaming about what they want to be. So here's what we're going to do. Am I going to lose Ethan in this big old jacket today? I think so. Ethan, are you ready? He's a dancer chef, y'all. Ready? Okay, here, hold your spoon. Hold your spoon. Oh. All right. Where's my police officer? Oh. This is real, guys. Look at this. This is from a SWAT team officer in Smyrna. I called him and he let us borrow this. Is that too cool or what? Put that on. I put this on my girl in Lebanon. She said, my mama's the sheriff in this town. I said, oh my. What do you think about that? Is it heavy? It's not heavy? All right. What else we got over here, guys? Oh, where's my doctor? Are you my doctor? I might lose you too. I don't know. This came from a dear friend of mine that is actually a dentist. But he let us borrow it so we can talk about a doctor. Ethan's gonna dance like cooks for us. You know that? Now, one of my dear friends at Amable Fire Department let us use this. And here's the deal. You can't fall in the floor because this is heavy. Are you ready? Okay. Can his neck do it, guys? That's right. You hear your rocky music? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Oh! All right. Woo! Give him a hand. Oh, they got race team. Awesome. Race team. They want you to face that way, she said. All right. Guys, we are going to go around now. We're going to interview our friends, and we're going to see just how long they have wanted to be these people. Ethan is going to tell me. How long have you wanted to be a chef?
Well, ever since I started helping my dad cooking eggs.
Cooking eggs. It all started with cooking eggs. Give Ethan a hand. This is what it's going to look like, guys. That's right. That's right. Okay, now I can't talk to you. Something ain't happening here. Oh, there you are. How long do you want to be a fireman? Forever? Forever, guys. Say, aww. Okay, now, the deal is, when you're the police officer, she can't give any of us a ticket, right? No tickets when you grow up. Is that a deal? How long have you wanted to be a police officer? Since you were 1 year old. How cool is that? Give her a hand, guys. Now, this is who's going to take care of us. This is who's going to help us. How long do you want to be a doctor?
Ever since I went to the doctor.
Ever since you went to the doctor. You must have had a good experience. Did you? No shots?
I had kind of 2 shots in one day. I was still dreaming to be one of them.
But she still wanted to do it after 2 shots. That's right. That's exactly right. Give all of your friends a hand. A musician also Ethan would like to be. I think he needs to be dancing. That's what I think. Anyway, guys, what do they need to do to become and be all of these people? What do they need to do? They need to train, and they need to dream, right? They need to dream and work hard. I heard it. You need to work hard. Exactly. All right, if you all will take off your outfits right there where you are, if you can get... Are you all right? Don't fall off the step. Don't fall off the step. I know. Jacket, suit, yes. Okay. Okay, awesome. Now we know what you're going to look like. Look how neat. Look how neat. Boy, y'all are just awesome. Good deal. All right, Ethan. I want you to go back here. We're fixing to dance again. Are you ready? Here we go. Y'all can have a seat, too. Good job, guys. Good job. All right. Mr. Jesse. He wrote a song. Who remembers the song Beat It? Anybody remember that song Michael Jackson?
I think I do.
Oh, yeah. You know what we forgot to do? Farman forgot to do something. Jesse's got a surprise for him. And they talked about this, too. Are you ready? And then we'll do our song. What we want today. Everybody stand up. We're going to read it. Here's your job, okay? I'm going to hold the microphone out when it's your turn so it can come through the microphone, okay? So you're going to have to say it nice and loud. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. When I say read it, you're going to say read it. Awesome, you got it. Ethan, get your dancing shoes, buddy. Here we go. This is a good one. It's got a good beat to it and everything. Y'all ready? Bend your knees a little bit. Everybody stand straight up. Bend your knees a little bit. Here we go. Oh, he's finding it. It's got to be just right. There it is. You hear it? Here we go.
Laying back and there's nothing to do. I'm thinking really hard, trying to get a clue. But then I realized there's no need to be blue if I read it. Just read it. I thought it over and I have a great plan. I read some Dr. Seuss because he is the man. There's a book on my bed that I know I haven't read, so I read it. Just read it. Getting lazy and I'm running out of time. I need to read a book before I lose my mind. My worries go away and all will be okay if I read it. Just read it.
for you. We can either read that yawn book where we all fall asleep when we read it and we dream, or Jesse can do some sounds on the keyboard. What do you want to do? Jesse, raise your hand for Jesse. Yeah, you won, Jesse. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna sit right here. I don't know what he's gonna do. Let's see. What is that? Anybody know? It's a movie.
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Almost. What?
It makes me feel like I'm a Jedi.
Makes you feel like a Jedi. What movie, darling? Pirates of the Caribbean. Good job. Good job. What else you got, Jim? Here we go. Only my favorite. That's right. Mamas, this might be for us. Anybody know? Anybody know? What? Snoopy? Sounds a little bit like it. What? Everybody knows Snoopy! Good job. All right. Now, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Okay. Mamas, Jesse knows all about music when we were growing up. I'll put it that way. Okay? And he loves Journey, and he loves all of those things. So let me tell you, if you need to holler when he plays this next one, feel free. You ready? Here we go. Okay, what else you want to do? You want to do? He wants to do sounds. You want to do some sounds? Let's figure out what they are. All right, crisscross episode. Here we go. I hear. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
We got our own applause.
It's got its own applause, that's right. I love it. Guys, I thank you so much for being here today. Are we going to sign up for the reading program? You already did? Raise your hand. Awesome. Wonder how many books they've read, Jesse. You want to find out? You want to find out how many books? 10 books. Who's read 10 books? I know it's early, but you never know. Oh, not yet. How about 5 books? Awesome. You're on your way. You're on your way. How much? How about 3? 3 books. Well, 3 books is 3 books. How about 1 book? How about 20? How many? She's read 40 books. How many? 20. Oh, I'm so proud of you. 1,000. He read 1,000. Give me 5. Awesome. Mama's back here going, All right, guys. I think everybody in this room's a firecracker. Do you want to hear a firecracker pop? Let's see if we can do it. Stand up and let's do it.
Researchers certainly go to extreme lengths to observe primates, whether prosimian, monkey, or ape. But when it comes down to the survival of a species, it's certainly worth it. Ow. I think.
Ever wonder what the difference is between an ape and a monkey? Or what makes an ape great? Ever dream of making a lifetime career in the jungles of Africa? Or wonder what you can do to help save an endangered species right from your own home? It's all ahead on The Great Ape Story.
Conservation work is seldom easy, but the need for it is critical. And as you'll see, the rewards extend far beyond a single animal or habitat. Hi, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador, and this is a program on primates. More specifically, this is The Great Ape Story.
It's estimated that there are over 600 species of primates in the world. And before we zero in on the great apes, let's take a quick look at some of the differences, similarities, and classifications in Primates 101.
The order Primates consists of two major suborders, prosimians, such as lemurs and lorises, and anthropoids, which include monkeys, apes, and even humans. Let's start with the monkeys. You've got your Old World monkeys, coming from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and your New World monkeys, coming from the Americas. The obvious differences between Old and New World monkeys have to do with the shape of their noses, the number of teeth, the range of their territory, and tail usage. Most New World monkeys can use their tails for grasping at branches. They have prehensile tails. On the other hand, Old World monkeys with tails can use them for balance when jumping, but they can't wrap them around branches to help them hang on. There's also a difference between monkeys and apes. The easiest way to figure out monkey or ape is to look for a tail. Most monkeys have tails, but no apes have tails. Overall, monkeys are more like other mammals than apes and humans are. For example, because of their skeletal structure, monkeys move more like a cat or a dog than apes and humans. And on the evolutionary line leading to humans, most scientists believe that monkeys split off long before apes did. Are you ready to graduate to Primates 102? Moving on to the two categories of apes. There are the lesser apes found in Southeast Asia with features that make them distinctly different than our featured creatures, the great apes. Of all terrestrial mammals, apes seem to most resemble humans. They can walk upright, they have human-like features, they're social creatures which form family groups, and they make and use tools. Maybe that's why we're so fascinated by them. We can relate. There are 4 species of great apes: chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas. Each has its similarities, each its differences. One thing they do all have in common, they are all very endangered. But before we jump ahead to conservation, let's get to know a little bit more about each ape individually.
Chimpanzees are found in Central and West Africa, where the region consists of humid forest, deciduous woodland, or mixed savanna. They eat fruits, seeds, stems, bark, insects, and meat, with 90% of their diet coming from fruits and vegetation. Chimps live an average of 30 to 40 years in the wild, but can reach up to 55 years of age in managed situations like zoological parks. Chimpanzees' arms are very long, which make them good climbers and allow them to move quickly through trees and branches. And they have opposable thumbs, which they use for many things, including creating and using tools. They've been known to use sticks to fish out termites to eat and crumpled leaves to soak up water to drink. Genetically, it's believed chimps are more like humans than any other mammal. And like us, they're very social animals, using facial expressions, vocalizations, and even kisses to communicate with members of their group. As they age, their fur turns gray, and they even go bald. Closely related to the chimpanzee is the highly endangered bonobo. Bonobos can only be found in one country in the whole world, the rainforests of Africa's Congo, in a small range between the Zaire and the Kasai rivers. This limited territory may serve as a detriment to this species' survival, as habitat loss becomes more prevalent with encroaching activities. At first glance, bonobos look similar to chimpanzees, being about the same height at the shoulder. But the bonobo's overall build is more slender, and they can weigh 20% less than chimps. They have rounder heads with flatter muzzles, smaller ears, and hairy tufts on either side of their head. Bonobos spend more time in the trees than their chimpanzee cousins, confidently leaping among the branches, and even walking upright along them like a tightrope walker. Like chimps, bonobos have complex communication abilities and close family structures, particularly mother and offspring, including not only babies, but fully grown sons. Another member of the great ape family is the orangutan, which literally means person of the forest. Orangutans are the only great ape from Asia, specifically Sumatra and Borneo. Their limited range of natural habitat has been significantly reduced in recent years due to logging and development. This, combined with hunting, has put the orangutan on the endangered species list. Orangs live up to 50 years of age, and unlike other great apes, are solitary by nature. This may be related to their need for huge quantities of fruits and plants to eat. Travel in pairs or groups would mean more competition for a limited food source. A couple unique features of the male orangutan are the enormous cheek pads around its face and the large throat sac. This sac enables them to make long calls, a sound which helps them define their territory. Rounding out the great apes is the gorilla, which is found in Central Africa. The western lowland gorillas range includes the People's Republic of Congo, Gabon, Central African Republic, and Equatorial Guinea. The mountain gorilla is found in Rwanda, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly known as Zaire. Like the other great ape species, they eat mostly plants, but also some invertebrates such as termites and ants. Even with a mostly vegetarian diet, males can weigh up to 400 pounds, and females can weigh over 200 pounds. As the males mature, they acquire a silvery gray color across their back and upper thighs, giving them the title of silverback. As intimidating as they may appear, silverbacks are tender caregivers, often babysitting for their offspring when the female needs to forage on her own without the interruption of her playful young. Like the other great apes, gorillas are endangered, primarily as a result of habitat loss and logging, war in the region, and poaching or illegal hunting. But through conservation efforts, attempts are being made to preserve their habitats. One example, Busch Gardens supported the Mbeli Bai study of western lowland gorillas in the northern Congo. This resulted in groundbreaking data that will help us understand this species and their habitat needs. Gaining a better understanding of a species is an important piece of the conservation puzzle, and the information field researchers collect provides a crucial foundation. Next, you'll meet two researchers whose interest in primates took them from Tampa, Florida, to the African jungles.
While I was working at Busch Gardens with the chimps and gorillas, I wrote a lot of the projects that were out in the field. In 1995, Busch Gardens started funding a western lowland gorilla study in northern Congo. And at that point, I contacted them, and through the affiliation with Busch Gardens, I was able to go out to Mbeli Bai, the Gorilla Study Center, and work as a volunteer.
Dave got his start as an inquisitive zoo camper at Busch Gardens, Tampa, when he was only 6 years old.
During zoo camp, they would take us out on the feed truck once in a while, and I always looked forward to that because it we got to see behind the scenes and get up close to the animals and feed them.
These up-close experiences left a lasting impression on Dave. His 4 years as a zoo camper laid the groundwork for what would later become his life's work. After college, he accepted a conservation position at Busch Gardens Tampa, which then led him to Africa. After spending time on the gorilla study at Mbeli Bai, Dave transferred his focus to chimpanzees.
We're monitoring a community of chimpanzees that are found in an area called the Gualogo Triangle. And over a period of time, we hope to learn about the size of the community, just how many chimps are in that area, and how far these chimpanzees range, what sizes their groups are, what kind of foods they're eating, and what type of forest they need to survive. And we hope to use this information to better prepare other areas where chimpanzees will be affected by humans that are moving in.
Most chimpanzees have learned to fear humans.
There are still forests where the animals don't know human beings, and they're still intact, and we can help protect those forests.
Deep down, I always knew that I wanted to go to Africa, and in my heart, I knew I'd get there somehow, but the Mbeli Bai study allowed me to get into the field and follow my dream.
In the late 1990s, Busch Gardens conservation specialist Tina Goody traded in the creature comforts of home for the extreme creatures of the Ndoki National Park in the African Congo. The Lowland Gorilla Research Project at Mbeli Bai provides valuable information in understanding the behaviors and habitat needs of this animal. And for Tina, the project required intense, hands-on data collection in a very unique location.
This observation study, which is the longest running study of its kind, has actually been able to look into the world of the western lowland gorilla, which has been virtually unable to be seen due to the dense forest area. At first glance, you look at a gorilla, they all look the same from a distance. But using telescopes, video cameras, and still photography, we were able to look at nostrils, nose prints, coloration differences in size and behavior to identify all these gorillas.
After about a year at Mbeli Bai, Tina returned to her job at Busch Gardens Tampa, but she came back with a greater understanding of gorillas and new information that was shared and applied on site.
Anheuser-Busch has supported the Mbeli Bai project for several years, and one of the most important supports of that is to actually bring this information back into the park, into Busch Gardens, into education, to teach people about this wonderful place and these amazing animals and how to conserve it for the future.
If you've ever thought about field research as a part of your career path, take some tips from an expert.
Follow your dream. Take the steps to make that dream come true. Field researchers are always looking for a way to get people that are dedicated and inspired involved and in the field. We can do this together. We can make a difference.
Close your eyes and imagine a place where endangered primates can roam safely, where they can forage for food from real plants and trees, swing from branches, and keep cool in the midst of a waterfall. Now open your eyes and take a look at one such place, Mayombe Reserve, the Great Ape Domain at Busch Gardens in Tampa, Florida. The goal of any zoological park is to offer an entertaining and educational experience for guests, while providing a nurturing, comfortable home for the animal. But beyond this accomplishment lies an even greater opportunity: to study the animal and its environment, and to impact its survival. Zoological parks strive for naturalistic habitats which allow for and encourage behaviors primates exhibit in the wild. Busch Gardens Tampa identified the need for a state-of-the-art primate environment and spent 6 years planning their great ape habitat. Mayombe would contain almost 3 acres of terrain, with the chimps and gorillas each having 12,000 square feet of their own yard space.
You guys have space, you give them enrichment, it takes a lot of work, but what behaviors then are you gratified to see that, they would be the same types of behaviors that you might see out in the wild or something like that?
They have a lot of social behaviors here that you would see in the wild. The main one is grooming. They do a lot of grooming to help appease some of their social conflicts. Also tool use. They use tools in the wild to get termites out of mounds. We actually have an artificial termite mound here, and they use it exactly like they would in the wild by using sticks from their habitat to find the proper ones to fit to get out their goods.
Really? So they go and they find just the right stick, or do they actually modify it as well?
Usually they just go out and find the proper sticks, and they will break it down if it's too long.
I've seen the adults use the tools to get inside the termite mound. Have you actually seen the baby use them yet?
Yes, he started, of course, just watching as a youngster with his mom, and now he's progressed so much that he actually will gather his own tools and use them in the termite mound.
Oh, that is so cool. Busch Gardens spent over 9 months constructing this habitat, and great effort went into recreating the varied terrain of West Central Africa, including the creation of rolling hills, rock outcroppings, caves, and waterfalls. The attempt to make this habitat similar to the ape's natural environment is one aspect important to their overall well-being.
There's different deadfalls throughout the yard and also different levels, and the different levels is to encourage them to climb, and of course the deadfalls, there's some that are laying on their side to encourage balancing, walking over different objects, and climbing as well. And the waterfalls, yes, they will go down occasionally and just to look at the water and the fish and the turtles that are in the water as well.
What are some of the things that you've seen them do out here, some of the activities and behaviors?
We try to do something different for them each and every day, so they'll have a different activity. As I said, we do have the termite mound. We do have actually holes drilled in some of their deadfalls, so we can put peanut butter and things like that in for them to manipulate and get out.
This attention to detail gives the animal a natural sense of home, but it also serves another purpose. With the largest glass viewing area in the U.S., Mayambi gives guests an up-close and personal look at how gorillas and chimpanzees live on a daily basis. Is it necessary to consider all these details in the making of an exhibit? The answer is yes, if it helps in the preservation of a species. As part of their conservation efforts, Busch Gardens participates in the internationally recognized Species Survival Plan, or SSP. Many animals have been helped by this cooperative management program designed to maintain genetic diversity of an endangered species. In simple terms, the SSP helps keep the gene pool healthy.
So I know this year we had 2 new male gorillas transferred from the Denver Zoo. Was that part of a species survival plan?
Correct. We did have a male gorilla and his son come in, Kundu, who's 27, and his son, who is 7 years old. It's very important to relocate animals according to the species survival plan in hopes that they'll have offspring and to produce a more widespread gene pool.
And were they able to be introduced to the rest of the group right away?
We had to go through a slow introduction just so they could visually see each other, and then we had them so they could touch each other, and then we got to the step where we could actually put them in together.
So I would imagine that in the future we get some breeding?
Yes, we're hoping that our male Kundu will breed with one of our females.
A healthy habitat is crucial to the well-being of an animal, and Mayambi has been a proving ground for the success of a well-planned environment for great apes. But it also provides a setting to help educate the general public about chimpanzees and gorillas, as well as playing a critical role in helping to conserve the species. Ultimately, what we can learn about these animals will only aid in the fight to save them.
Mayambi is great because the guests can come in and get an up-close view of the animals and gain a respect for the animals. And then you can teach them how important it is to get a conservation message out to them so they can get educated and know what they have to do to help save the species.
A little farther from home, in Kenya to be exact, there's a safe place for chimps who have not had the best of care. Connected to the Jane Goodall Institute, Sweetwater's Chimpanzee Sanctuary is the only one of its kind in Kenya and is home to 26 orphaned and rescued chimps who have found a wonderful place to expend their energy.
What's so special about chimps?
Well, any which way you look at it, they are our closest relatives. They are active compared to the orangutans and the gorillas, as you see. They hardly sit still for 2 seconds. They got a great sense of humor.
But these chimps weren't laughing much before they came to Sweetwater's. Abused or abandoned, many of them were orphaned when their parents were killed by illegal hunting or from habitat loss from logging of the rainforest and even from the illegal pet trade.
What's going to stop this in the end?
We have to stop to buy any tropical timber. We have to stop the complete ruin and cutting down of their habitat, which is also the habitat of a lot of other animals that needs protection. Because if we get rid of the rainforest, there's a lot of other issues involved. Apart from all the animals, there's medical plants there, we don't even know what they are, which chimps knows certain medical plants and what they're used for that we haven't even found yet. And to destroy all this without having sought the knowledge is sacrilege to me.
In the meantime, the chimps are safe at Sweetwaters, with plenty of space to roam and lots of food to eat. And like the chimps at Mayombe, the Sweetwater chimps play an important role in educating the public. What are some of the things that you think of from a zookeeper standpoint that they can do, from a zoo standpoint that they can do to help the situation?
Well, first of all, information to the public, of course. Information education to the public that visits the zoos of what the status is like in the wild, and also what the problems are. The problems of the bushmeat, the problems of the logging, the byproduct of it, which we get, and the problem we have on looking after them simply because nothing's free in this world. And as we know, chimps live for 50 years or more.
Well, you guys are doing a wonderful job here at Sweetwater Sanctuary, and Jane Goodall Institute has done a wonderful job of setting it up and making sure we do have a place to care for these orphans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
March 12, 2003 marked a special day in the history of Busch Gardens, Tampa. For the first time ever, a baby orangutan was born at this zoological park. Safe and healthy, adding another member to the family of orangutans at Busch Gardens.
Alina, you are so cute. You just keep getting cuter. Yes, you do.
She is so adorable.
Yes, this is Alina. Hi. She's a 10-month-old Bornean orangutan, and she was born here at Busch Gardens. And her name, Alina, is actually Malaysian, and it means to create a friendly and sociable nature, which she does because every time somebody sees her, they smile.
Absolutely. Now, when did you find out that her mom, Dayak, was pregnant?
We found out, it was about a month into her pregnancy when we found out that she was expecting. And one of the things that we started right away with Dayak is a maternal training program for her, because we realized that she had been hand-raised at the zoo where she was born. So we wanted to make sure that she had as many skills as possible to help take care of Alina when she was born.
What were some of the most important behaviors that you were thinking about teaching Dayak before the actual birth?
Some of the things that we did is because she was also a first-time mother, we trained her on different behaviors like bringing novel objects to the mesh and holding them at the mesh for a couple minutes. So in case she wouldn't let Alina nurse, we could actually bottle feed Alina because she would hold the baby up against the mesh. And then with her dad, Skinny, we started teaching him a behavior of gentle because we wanted to make sure that he was very gentle with her. So we would take a stuffed animal, orangutan, and present it at the mesh and ask him to touch it gently, things like that.
After all the preparation, there were complications with the birth, and the decision was made to hand-raise Alina. Coffee explains why.
We think one of the main reasons is because she had to have an emergency cesarean, which means that she never had a natural birth, so she basically had no idea where Alina came from. And since she was a first-time mother as well, that connection just never clicked. We decided that we were going to give her 24-hour care if that needed to happen, if we needed to hand-raise her. So she's been having 24-hour care ever since the day that she was born, and that really makes a big difference in a great ape's psychological development, is having that 24-hour care, because that's what they would get with their mother.
Alina quickly became an ambassador to teach people about orangutans and the other great apes as well. Coffee, do you find that the public is very interested in her?
Very, very interested in her. What we've done is we bring her up to the Nairobi field station here and have her there in front of the windows for about an hour every day. We have a keeper on the sidewalk educating, so we make sure to get the right message across, and it is really neat to see someone walk up who has no idea about what a great ape is like or what they're about, and then 20 minutes later have that person walk away with a completely different understanding, knowing all about orangutans, what it's like to hand raise them, and their plight in the wild. So it's worked out really well for us.
What a difference one little baby can make, huh?
She's educated a lot of people.
Now, what about her future? What's in store for her?
We hope to do an introduction with the adults probably in the next couple months, because we want to make sure that she knows how to be an orangutan, and the longer she's with an orangutan mom, the more likely she is going to be to take care of her own offspring. So of course we want her to be a good mother when the time comes.
Around the world, people are pulling together to help save the great apes. Birute Galdikas, president and co-founder of the Orangutan Foundation International, has devoted her life's work to helping this endangered species.
OFI is an organization that is dedicated to the preservation of orangutans and the tropical rainforest habitat in the wild.
What do you look as your most satisfying change that has happened since 1971 when you first went there to right now?
Well, the most important change, and it's very profound, is that the national park, which then didn't exist, is now protected.
Through education about the plight of orangutans, the #1 source of habitat destruction, logging, has been stopped in this park. OFI's partnerships with organizations such as Busch Gardens help increase awareness and ultimately aid in the fight to preserve this precious habitat.
Education is the first step in increasing awareness, increasing consciousness that these problems do exist in the real world, that orangutan populations are going extinct. People need to know about this. And so all the education programs that Busch Gardens has are very valuable in this regard.
Results from a study determine the future course of a project and can send researchers down unexpected paths. So when the original mission changes direction, flexibility is crucial.
The mission of OFI has changed over the years in the sense that initially we were concentrating on the orangutans themselves, but now most of our effort is going to protect the habitat, you know?
Because without habitat, you're not going to have any wild orangutans or other animals anyway.
Exactly.
A lot of caring people at Orangutan Foundation International, Busch Gardens, and other organizations are working together to make a difference in the plight of the great apes and add one more baby to the population count. Her name is Alina.
Even though you may not live in Africa or Asia, there are many things that you can do to aid in the preservation of great apes and other endangered species right from your own backyard. First, be an informed consumer. Logging is a major cause of habitat loss, so refuse to buy wood from the rainforest. Wood such as teak, mahogany, and rosewood unless it's certified sustainable and legal. Even being aware of where your paper products come from can make a big difference. Palm oil and other plantation exports often harm forest habitat as well. Secondly, ecotourism is growing more and more popular, and it's getting easier to visit lodges and sanctuaries where these animals actually live. This helps the economy, which motivates locals to save species and habitat. Support organizations that you know help endangered species. Send a donation to the organization of your choice. Become aware of their programs and see how you might get involved. And lastly, contact your local zoological park. Find out what they're doing to raise awareness and help conserve these species. As I said at the beginning, conservation work is seldom easy. But at Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, we don't just think it's worth the effort, we know it is. Change always starts with just one person. Will it be you? I'm Julie Scardina, saying thanks for caring about the great ape story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Hey, I'm Johnny Alonso.
And I'm Jennifer Pulley.
Well, welcome to NASA 360.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Now, when someone mentions the word NASA, what comes to mind? Space, aeronautics, astronauts, the moon, sure, all those things probably come to mind. But have you ever thought about things you use in your home every day? That's right. A lot of things that NASA originally developed for the space program are now being used in our homes today. You want me to name some? Sure. Foam mattresses, computer technology, sporting equipment, and of course that oh-so-yummy freeze-dried food. Foam mattresses and freeze-dried foods are just a few examples of the numerous inventions inspired by NASA that are being used by us today. In fact, since the beginning of the space program, nearly 8% of all the inventions in the whole world have come in some way from NASA research. One of the most successful, the cordless power tool. Check this out. When NASA started planning on how to send humans to the moon, they knew they couldn't go to the store and buy things off the shelf and send it into space. No way. They had to invent nearly everything themselves, including the spacecraft, life support systems, and of course, space tools. Everything from specialized wrenches to small handheld vacuums had to be developed. NASA's space program started in 1958. Now back then, when you needed power for a power tool, like a drill, you just found a plug and an outlet, right? Plugged it in, got power. On the moon, there's no plugs. Obviously, outlets on the moon were non-existent, so when the idea for cordless power tools came into play, NASA looked to a power tool giant for help. Any idea which company stepped up to the plate? Well, if you guessed Black & Decker, you're right. Back in the 1950s, the idea for the cordless power tool came from the Black & Decker Corporation. Alonzo Decker noticed that one of the biggest home improvement specialties of the time was aluminum storm window installation. One problem he noticed was that the workmen would rig up their power tools to an outside porch lamp, kind of like this one. And then they'd ask the housewife who was inside the home to turn on the power switch. Shocking, but true. And that worked well until more and more women began entering the workforce, leaving no one at home during the day to turn on the power for those poor men. So in 1961, after years of research and testing, Black & Decker introduced the first cordless drill, an innovation powered by self-contained battery cells. When NASA heard Black & Decker had successfully designed a cordless power system, they had to have it. The first use of cordless tools in space was the Black & Decker zero-impact wrench for the Gemini project. This wrench was great because it spun bolts at zero gravity without spinning the astronaut. Not a problem we had to worry about here on Earth. The big test was a cordless rotary hammer drill for the Apollo moon program. NASA researchers knew that they would need a very powerful drill that could operate at extreme temperatures and in zero-atmosphere conditions to take rock samples from the surface of the moon, all without connecting to a power outlet. Talk about an amazing drill. It helped bring back moon samples that researchers are still studying today. My buddy Johnny Alonzo flew out to Aspen, Colorado to attend the Winter X Games. Now out there, he saw some high-flying action and he talked to some athletes who are using NASA-inspired technology in their sporting equipment.
All right, so now we know that NASA has been instrumental in changing our lives down here on Earth with power tools and such. But did you ever think that NASA might have tried to help us out with, I don't know, sporting goods? Yeah, of course they have. Check it out. During some of the most recent Olympics, NASA know-how have helped design specialized ribbed swimsuits that help swimmers get through the water faster. These swimsuits had tiny grooves that reduced drag caused by turbulence in the water. Do you know that NASA researchers actually tested pieces of swimsuits in their wind tunnels for research? Testing objects that move in the water is very similar to testing objects that move in the air. And trust me, NASA has tested virtually everything that flies in the air in its wind tunnels. So did this testing work out for our Olympic athletes? Absolutely. Our swimmers came back with more medals with just a little help from NASA. So that's how they help some of our elite athletes. But what about folks like you and me? You know, the not-so-elite athletes. Yeah, they've helped us out too. But in order to understand, you had to understand how NASA helped itself out. Back in the 80s and 90s, NASA was funding research to create new materials to be used in aerospace applications. They were looking for materials that were strong, durable, and lightweight. You know, to be used for spacecraft, aircraft, drills, man, pretty much everything. During this process of creation, a landmark discovery was made during a research project using vitrified metals. Yeah, vitrified. A vitrified metal is frozen liquid that fails to crystallize during solidification, combining properties of metal and glass not found in nature. Got it? What researchers made is something that is now called liquid metal, or also known as metallic glass. Now, liquid metal is an alloy blend that is twice as strong as titanium, but softer and more elastic. This stuff's amazing. Today, liquid metal is being considered to replace titanium in medical instruments, military and aerospace applications. It's also being used in recreational equipment like tennis rackets, golf clubs, baseball bats, snowboards, and skis. So to help us check out how liquid metal is being used in sporting equipment, I came over to Aspen, Colorado, the Winter X Games. Here at the Winter X Games, amazing athletes are using some of these materials and putting them to the test on the slopes. Of course, people like me who hope to become one of those elite athletes can still use these materials as well. Check it out, I'm gonna have a chat with my buddy Rex, who works for a small company called Head. Yeah, same company that builds some of the greatest equipment for some of the best athletes in the world. Oh yeah, and Rex just happens to be a two-time US Extreme Free Skiing champion. Rex is gonna be talking with me how liquid metal is being used with Head skis and snowboards, and maybe, just maybe, he's gonna give me some pointers on how to get on the podium one day. What's going on, bro?
How are you?
How you feel?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's a little cold today, isn't it?
It is.
Check it out. Can you tell me something about Head skis and how they're using liquid metal today?
Head skis is using liquid metal. They attach a layer of it to the load-carrying parts of this ski. It creates faster rebound. This makes the ski livelier, and it makes it livelier for longer. They also use it in golf club heads, aluminum baseball bats, things like that.
Any other companies besides Head?
Head Skis is the only ski company using this technology.
Really? So, bro, walk me through it. If you had just a conventional pair of skis compared to these new skis, what would be the difference?
The old metal in the skis has memory, so that every time you were bending it, it remembered that bend, and it would never go back to its original shape. Okay. The liquid metal doesn't do that. The liquid metal always goes back to its original shape. It's going to make it more springy off the jumps. It's going to make it faster in the gates, and it's going to make it more fun.
So it's almost like always having a new pair of skis.
It's like always having a new pair of skis. It does not break down.
And, really?
Yeah.
What's the lifeline on it? Any idea?
You know, I don't think we've found that yet. We've used it for several years now, and my skis still feel like new.
Really?
Every time.
That's awesome.
You know, the liquid metal skis are just they're gonna track more, they're gonna track better, they're gonna stay on the snow.
Okay.
Snow contact is really important. The other skis are gonna chatter a little bit more, not with liquid metal.
Really?
It's gonna be fast, rebounding right back on the snow, every bump.
Let's talk about Head Skis and the company and, you know, everybody that's on board with you.
Back in the 40s, Howard Head developed a new technology to laminate different materials together, metal, wood, fiberglass, and he was the first one to do that. Before then, all the skis were just carved out of a block of wood. And so he was the first one to do that. He took his poker winnings and put it all into these 6 pairs of skis. All 6 pairs ended up breaking, but he never gave up, and he kept at it. And all skis today are based on that same principle. So he was an innovator back then. We're an innovator today with liquid metal, intelligence, all these other new technologies that nobody else has, and we're trying to stay ahead of that game. Some of our athletes now, Bodie Miller, Yoon Olsen, Johnny Mosley, those guys have input on these skis, and they're the ones, the athletes develop these skis. The company gives the public the skis that the athletes want.
Really? So they give you feedback?
They give us all feedback, yeah.
Wow, man. That's something else.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little about the skis then. I mean, first of all, the liquid metal, where's it found in the ski?
The liquid metal in this ski is found just under the top sheet. You'll see that layer of metal right there.
This one right there?
Yep, that's it.
All the way down?
Yep.
That's awesome. So yeah, I think most people would think that the liquid metal would be on the base or the bottom of the ski.
You know, the base is P-Tex for faster gliding. You don't really like to use metal down there, but
yeah, of course not.
Yeah, you know, it would dent up, and it doesn't absorb wax.
It's not an ice skate.
And yeah, so it's on the top,
Yeah.
and it's you know, one of the load-carrying pieces of this piece of technology here.
Sure.
This is in the race line, you know, it's for everyone, but this is a high-end ski.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And then I guess like the not so elite athlete like me would be able to use something like this.
You could absolutely use something like this.
Yeah.
You know, you might not want it as long as we're all using it, but
It's almost as tall as I
yeah,
am.
it's
Look
just
at
going to
this
make
thing.
it easier and more fun, and
Yeah.
and you're going to have a better day on the hill.
Absolutely. Any advice to I guess the shorties, the young kids out there?
You know, so we have all these technologies here that are developed by NASA. We're trying to make skiing safer, but you know, these technologies aren't the end all. You need to wear a helmet. You need to take lessons. You need to know your limits. You know, there needs to be a progression. You don't, just because you have these skis with all this technology in there doesn't mean that you can go out to the jumps that these guys are hitting in the X Games and be pulling the flips and stuff. You need to really be careful and learn how to do these things properly.
All right, so look, I guess you got to get back to the X Games. Rex,
Yeah.
it was good seeing you again.
Good seeing you too.
Always, and I will definitely take all of your pointers to heart, and maybe it's going to help me out on the slopes. What do you think?
We'll see. I don't know, man. I'd stick to the bunny slope if I were you. You can follow my daughter.
I put you on the show and you got to do this thing. Unbelievable. This guy. So we're wrapping up here at the X Games in Aspen, Colorado. We're going to be hitting the east side. We're going to go over to Boston, check out a cool new spacesuit from NASA. Hey, this is NASA 360. Stick around. There's a lot more to come.
Before we head back to Johnny in Cambridge, here's a question for you. What is 240 feet high? 400 feet long. And was one of the most important tools in getting those Apollo astronauts to the moon? If you're thinking, it's got to be some kind of a rocket, right? Like the Saturn V, perhaps. Well, you're absolutely wrong. While the Saturn V was important, the astronauts had to train in real-world conditions here on Earth before they landed on the moon. Where would they train for that? At this giant erector set. It used to be called the Lunar Landing Research Facility, but now it's known by people at NASA as the gantry. Back around 1965, it was determined that we needed a place to help Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and 22 other astronauts learn how to land a spacecraft on the moon. This new state-of-the-art training facility needed to feel and look like the moon. So engineers built this large, and I'm talking 240 feet high, 400 feet long, remember? A-frame structure with an overhead suspension system. They attached a spacecraft. The pilot would train to land the craft in simulated 1/6 gravity, which is the gravity of the moon. Engineers also built a landscape that looked just like the lunar surface, with craters, dust, just about everything. All this training came in handy when Neil Armstrong, flying Apollo 11, had to take the spacecraft out of automatic mode and land manually on the moon. You see, the auto mode of the Apollo 11 spacecraft had it headed directly for a huge crater. With less than 30 seconds of fuel left, Armstrong landed the craft safely on flat ground and made history as the first person to ever step on the moon. That's one small step for man, and well, you know the rest. Back here on Earth, what happened to the gantry after the Apollo missions? Well, some really smart people at NASA decided, I think we could use this to crash test airplanes. Yeah, crash test real airplanes for a living. Similar to how cars are crash tested to make them safer, NASA researchers basically do the same thing with airplanes, crash dummies and all. What they do is hook up an airplane to a large steel cable and swing it like a pendulum down to the ground and test how the plane handled the crash. What they found was that many of the crashes that seemed survivable were not. The planes looked to be in pretty good shape, but sensors embedded in the crash test dummies showed the occupants wouldn't have survived. That really stinks for you guys, but it's great news for all of us who fly on airplanes. Because of this research, NASA figured out ways to build airframes and aircraft seats to keep more people around in case of an accident. After, they sent these recommendations on to airplane manufacturers. Changes were made to incorporate these life-saving improvements. All right, now that NASA is planning to go back to the moon and send humans onto Mars, do you think they're still using the gantry for training? Of course they are. In fact, they are currently testing a new crew exploration vehicle. It's called Orion. And it's really exciting. So how will NASA use the old gantry on their new mission back to the moon and Mars? Before the space shuttle, astronauts used to arrive home by splashing into the ocean. Well, Orion might use that same idea. Or they may land in a desert in California using parachutes and good old airbags. Researchers at the gantry have been testing the bottom outer shell of the Orion spacecraft to see how the airbags perform on land. Researchers placed dirt that is very similar to the dirt in California and spread it out over the gantry floor. Then they swung the test vehicle up and released it. Looks like the old gantry is still pulling its weight after all these years. And you know, NASA isn't just planning on going back to the moon one day. Oh, they're planning on sending humans to Mars. This is going to be a completely different type of mission, never done before. So we have to develop tons of new technology to get us there.
new spacecrafts to different types of food preparation, and even new spacesuits. Well, it's time to head back out to Johnny Alonso. He's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, learning about how these cool new spacesuits are going to work.
Hey, do you remember earlier in the program when I showed you a picture of an astronaut with this huge cordless power drill? Now that drill was actually pretty hard to handle because of the way the spacesuit was designed. Now those suits were the cutting edge back in the 1960s, yet astronauts still lacked the mobility they really needed. Future missions to places like Mars will require us to develop new types of spacesuits that not only keep our crew safe, but can allow astronauts increased mobility, just like they were working out in their own backyard. I came here to Cambridge, Mass. to speak with MIT professor Dava Newman. Her team is designing a new type of spacesuit that's going to be super effective and way comfortable for our astronauts. Hey, another great thing about this suit, might have some benefits for people back here on Earth. We're here at the Manned Vehicle Lab at MIT with Dr. Dava Newman. Doctor, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks, Johnny. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. So, tell me a little about what you guys are doing here.
So we specialize in looking at astronaut performance for both microgravity, the moon, Mars. We'll be able to talk to you today about some of our work in advanced spacesuit design. We're trying to design a suit actually to get astronauts to Mars. So it's a pretty futuristic looking concept. We call it the biosuit. We call it a second skin. You have to apply pressure to keep the astronauts alive. So in the current suit, that's like a balloon. You're operating inside a balloon. It's called the extravehicular mobility unit. Very massive suit, very heavy. It's about 140 kilos now. Now we're in Space Shuttle or on the International Space Station. It's weightlessness. So the astronauts don't feel the mass of the suit. They can work in it. It's great to do Hubble Space Telescope repairs. But when we get to the moon and Mars, we need a locomotion suit. So a lot of our research is geared to how do we provide astronauts with maximum mobility and minimum energy requirements. We want them to be able to go out and be productive and work for a long time. So that's what you'll see in the biosuit. The huge advantages are then we can aim for maximum mobility. It's much more like wearing clothes than it is operating in a big gas pressurized shell. Some of the advantages we have for the biosuit is we can have a really lightweight suit. When we get to the moon and Mars, our astronauts are going to be kneeling down and climbing and doing some really extreme tests. So we need to provide maximum mobility. And then finally, safety reasons. If, let's say you get a little tear, you're working on your knees and you get a little tear in the suit, we envision then you just put another layer on. You just wrap it up. Another layer of mechanical counterpressure. You just keep doing your business. You keep doing the science and experiments.
So you can repair the suit, I mean,
we think so. It depends. If we can get, millimeter by millimeter, kind of small rip. You can't have a big gaping rip, of course. You have to always pressurize the astronaut explorer. But for a scuff or just a scratch, we think we could just put a quick bandage on it, literally. So some of the design concepts that we've incorporated into this mock-up, the black lines that you see are something we call lines of non-extension. If you move your skin and your arm and you move around, we want to, again, get maximum mobility. So it turns out if we have to carry the pressure, again, you want to pressurize the person and attain maximum mobility. So the black lines have a lot to do with trying to achieve that, holding constant pressure while providing maximum mobility. The gold lines that you see all over the suit, they kind of follow major muscle groups for thermal control to make sure that you're providing enough heat. And so you would just weave that in. The idea is you just weave that in and get thermal control, would sense the astronaut's temperature and heat them up if necessary or perhaps cool them down.
So how does it help astronauts on other planets?
So you can imagine if we can put here in the knee joint something that helps someone walk. When the astronauts get to Mars, they might have gone through a lot of physiological deconditioning. So you might have to assist their locomotion, probably in the first month until they really regain their muscle strength back. They might have a loss of about 40% muscle strength loss, 20 to 30% muscle atrophy. So if we can give them some assisted locomotion, that will really help, say, on early arrival to planets. It's a very expensive mission. We want to send people there, but when you get there, you can't take a month off. You need to work almost immediately. Sure. So we need to hopefully embed some of these enhancements, technological enhancements, kind of where the human and the robot come together in future suits. One of our 1G and medical benefits of some of our research are to think about helping people with disease on Earth. Okay. For instance, like locomotion. We really like to help people walk. We think about how our astronauts are going to walk on the moon and Mars, but there's a lot of people here, of course, on Earth that we'd like to help. So we look at some disabilities for stroke, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and we think of assisting that locomotion. So our designs help in that sense. We had one project that's assisted locomotion, basically putting a power assist on a leg. For instance, a stroke patient usually is affected asymmetrical. So you might have the right side of your body that's working well, but for locomotion, your left side might not work so well. So we can take a look at the left leg then and try to give it a bit of a kick, if you will, to help the locomotion. You can take signals from the right side of the leg that's working perfectly and get the same ankle, knee angle, instantaneously get those to the left leg, and then have the right and left legs work together. Other applications for 1G that are found for extreme sports or athletics, you can imagine, helping people maybe jump higher, run faster, things like that. So that's where some of our robotics technology kind of embedded into some of these designs for the future. We'd like to pursue some of that research.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. You're watching NASA 360.
This is our latest biosuit mock-up. Cool. We've worked with businesses here in the U.S., Charting Associates, and with some Italian designers, Dainese. It is skin tight. This is just a mock-up that kind of has the look and the feel of what the skin suit might look like in the future. So I can kind of demonstrate the mobility. It's really easy to bend down. I probably spend a lot of time, doing research and the Moon and Mars in these kind of configurations. And the trick to mechanical counterpressure is if we put it on and it's pretty comfortable, then we want the ability to, while it's on, to be able to kind of cinch it up, get that final pressure production.
That's right there.
Right, so we can kind of show you a little demonstration. This is just a little mechanical system we're thinking about, but you can kind of see it cinching up, and sure enough, if I get it really tight here, it kind of applies more pressure.
Is it comfortable?
It's really comfortable.
Yeah?
Yeah.
great.
Nice and warm.
Yeah.
It's nice and warm. I can show you with the helmet on. People don't think it looks like a spacesuit until you put the helmet on.
Ah, cool.
All right, put that on. Need gold sunglasses in space.
Where'd you go?
There you go.
Something else. You look great. I mean, seriously. Yeah.
Thanks. You want one? We'll get you.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll probably steal some of this job anyway.
Okay.
Listen, nice to meet you, Dr.
Very nice to meet
Thank
you.
At MIT over here. So this is NASA 360. We're out. As you can see, NASA technology and inventions are not just for space travelers. They help all of us every day. Just take a look around your house. There are dozens of things that are inspired by NASA technology. And you can bet, with NASA's new push to go back to the Moon and Mars, that tons of stuff is going to be developed to help our lives back here on Earth. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Johnny Alonso. Check you next time on NASA 360.
calling this meeting to order of the library board meeting, and we have a quorum. And can I get anyone to approve the minutes from September the 2nd to 2022 meeting?
I'll approve.
And a second?
A second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
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 And our order of business is to welcome our newest member, Miss Carissa Bitton. We also have outgoing members, Megan Honeycutt, our chairman, myself, vice chairman, and Gary sitting to my left.
At this time, if I may.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to say, Carissa, we are so happy to have you with us. It's exciting to have a media specialist on our board, and I know that you're going to bring some good things with you, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And second, appreciation to our outgoing members. As many of you know, there are term limits because of the state library. We have term members that you have to go by. So after so many years, you have to go off, stay off a term, and then you can apply to come back on. Well, we have two here with us tonight that I would like to recognize. So Ms. Bridget Cole, would you please stand? And Bridget, we have just a small certificate of appreciation to you. It's awarded to Bridget Cole in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library Board. This is respectfully presented to you today by myself, Donna M. Beebout. Thank you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's been 6 years.
6 years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So Ms. Cole has been on the board 6 years.
I think.
Awesome.
All right. Gary, would you please stand? Gary, like Bridget, is an awesome patron of the LaVergne Public Library. He has served how many years, Gary?
8, maybe? I don't know.
He was on here before me.
Yeah.
Okay, and we appreciate it very much. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Gary Frazier in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library, and it's presented this day to you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Y'all all have to serve 8 years too.
So let's give them a round of applause because we do appreciate all that they have done. Bridget has been a force to be reckoned with to push our children to read. Every board meeting, she has encouraged the parents to read with those children or have the children read to them at least 20 minutes a night. And that is wonderful. And she also has pushed to check out books at the LaVergne Public Library. So it's appreciated all that you all have done. And we do hope that you would consider in the future to applying back with us.
Yes. Our November special events, did you participate at the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night?
Yes, we did.
And you want to tell us about those other events as well?
Sure. Well, the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night, this was their first one that they want to have annual. They did a magnificent job. We were sitting across from the Smyrna Public Library, and one of the teachers said, "Uh-oh, rivals." And I said, "No, we are partners. We are partners in pushing those children to read and encouraging getting a library card." So we had a good time going back and forth. They had a lot of families there. They had a lot of great different stations for them to go there, and their Impact Club did a great job of helping people, show them where to go, handing out certificates, taking up some of their clipboard, what was it? Where they had to color where they got a prize. Okay. And they had a great time. So it was a good night. The second one that we have on this list is the LaVergne City Employee Veterans were honored by the city at the LaVergne Public Library. And we really appreciate the city using our meeting rooms. It has been an honor to help them honor our veterans and to have the different meetings that are held there. I believe they have I'm going to be wrong if I say it. I want to say 80 veterans employed, but it's probably a little bit more. So that was a good day.
Yeah.
VITA, and that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistants, had their open house for 2023 VITA volunteers at the library on November the 10th. I think they had several new volunteers come in, and Debbie Curtis told them what to expect for the coming year, and they were very excited. And that's one thing sometimes VITA lacks, is having enough volunteers to manage the number of families that do come in for tax assistance. So I thought Debbie did a great job preparing this open house.
Will you tell us about November closures?
Sure. We were closed Veterans Day, Friday, November the 11th. This is a new holiday for the city employees, and it was very much appreciated. My husband, who is a Navy veteran, we were able to attend our grandson's Veterans Day service at St. Rose School, and then we were able to leave there and hurry down, and we were here at LaVergne. So we had two great ceremonies we were able to attend. The Thanksgiving holidays, we will be closed Thursday, November 24th through Saturday, November 26th. And of course, we are closed on Sunday, and then we'll start back with regular hours the following Monday.
December special events, the favorite time of the year.
Absolutely. So the first one we want to talk about is the Winter Festival and the Parade of Lights. And if you will see your attached folder, Kathy did a great job giving us a wonderful paragraph of what it entails. The Winter Festival is December the 3rd from 3 to 8. It will be at Veterans Memorial Park. The Parade of Lights, and I have heard that Santa and Mrs. will be there this year and will be riding the fire truck. So the Parade of Lights will start at 5 o'clock here at City Hall and then go the parade route to Veterans Memorial Park. Before the parade, Santa and Mrs. will be at the Veterans Park taking pictures for about an hour, and then they will be there afterwards for photos. So please pass the word around. This is a great, great time. Okay. Also, story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit with Santa Claus is going to happen, wow, at the library. It looks like the person who made this agenda did not put the library down where it was going to be. So, at the library on, and I didn't even put the date, Mercy. Hold tight. This is why I bring my life with me. Aha. Saturday, December 17th will be story time with Mrs. Claus, beginning at 1, and I almost said 1 a.m., but it's 1 p.m., and then Santa will arrive at 1:30 in the gallery to have photos made. The story time, the last time Mrs. Claus tried to do a story time, the electricity went out. So we are sure hoping that Mrs. Claus can get through this story time on December 17th with no problems at all.
And then if you'll tell us about our December closures for the library?
Yes. So in December, we will be closed for staff holidays, December 23rd through December 26th. And then we will be closed to the public for inventory December 27th through the 31st. And then we will be closed for staff holiday January the 2nd. And we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
And then our library board schedule for 2023 is January the 9th, 2023, March the 13th, 2023, May the 8th, 2023, July the 10th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and then November the 13th, 2023. Can't believe it. We're setting the schedule for next year.
I know. It sounds funny to read.
Our next library board meeting will be Monday, January the 9th, 2023, and I'll open it up for comments Ms. Benton, if you'd like to start us.
I am just so happy to be here and am happy to be of service to whatever the library would need. So thank you for having me.
It's just, it's always awesome to hear everything that the library does and how it's a key to our community here, and how wonderful it is that the kids can come to a place that's safe and it's wonderful. So I've always loved the library and the staff there. Y'all have been awesome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Linda.
I'm looking forward to festival this year. It was fun last year, and you and Don did a great job. Wonderful. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Claus did a wonderful job last year.
What we do is we help them, those big coats are so hard to get on.
Yes.
So Don and I are helpers to
Yes,
Santa and
you are
Mrs.
Santa's helpers, yes.
Mhm.
And I hope this year is bigger and better than last year. I know it will be.
Absolutely.
Weather permitting.
Well, 8 years, wow.
Yeah.
It's been quite an adventure. I've enjoyed every minute of it, really I have. And Donna, you guys do a fantastic job over there, and it was just, I hope I was able to contribute in some way.
Yes, you were.
I believe that, literacy is just of the utmost importance in just getting kids to read, and it's just so important, and this is such a vital facility for everyone here in this community. I wish more people would take advantage of it, but we're getting there.
Absolutely.
And we've seen a lot happen in 8 years. I mean, we had a little flood, we had roof repairs, and a plague, and all kinds of things. So we got through it, and it's all a credit to you and the members of this board, and you guys are in for an adventure of your own. So
Absolutely.
best going forward.
Thank you.
I just want to say that this library is essential to our community. It provides access to information and resources, supports literacy and education, promotes lifelong learning, and serves as just a community gathering place. So it's been an honor to serve on this board and spend 6 years doing this. For anybody who's watching this, we're going to leave some empty seats here, and we need you to apply to be on this board. It's every other month. It's about a 30-minute to an hour commitment. So if you love our library as much as we do, please apply. And again, read at least 20 minutes a night to those babies, and go see our librarians get new books. And with that, library board is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the workshop for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It is January 3rd, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. First, we're going to have the citizens forum. We've got 2 people signed up. You get 3 minutes to speak. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. First, we have Deanne Manning.
Good evening, Deanne Manning, 1166 Lake Road, Nolensville, 37135. 2 things that I would like to see addressed by this board would be the lack of communication over Christmas weekend for the water outage in the South Waldron residence area, and an explanation for the dismissal of 2 of the planning board commission members, and that's all I have to say about that. So I would like to see those things addressed at some point in the next probably month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Skinner.
Mayor, distinguished aldermen and alderwomen. John Skinner, 790 Stones River Road, LaVergne. I've already talked to quite a few people here tonight. My concern was the plat map that I've seen for Phase 11, the construction going on up northeast of where I reside. The lines on the plats are incorrect. I will go to who I have been told to go to and check these out, but as it stands, as far as, you know, that's what I was wanting to see, what you had as your plat map as compared to the one that I have. The lines are not right. The survey is evidently incorrect, or they have put it on incorrectly, but it's a little farther south than it should be. And that addresses the problem that I have with the storm water, which I know that that's going to be part of the Planning Commission, and moving forward, the actual building and stuff like that, where the drain off is going to go. I was told that it was going to go. As a matter of fact, the meeting, it was stated that it would be diverted southwest directly toward the detention pond beside my house, which I don't think we can handle any more water there myself. But if someone would just take the time to look and see if the Phase 11 plat map that's been proposed so far is correct, then I would appreciate it. And I will also be up here probably either Monday or Tuesday to bring my map and compare it with what you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the workshop agenda, I will have the prayer on Thursday night, and Alderwoman Haas will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the September 6th, 2022 regular meeting, the December 6th, 2022 meeting as well. And then moving on to our presentations, we've got the National Fire Prevention Week poster contest winner, Kevin Douglas and Curtis Brinkley, if y'all can come up. Come on up here. Come over here. Come over here. This.
Here, stay right here.
Come over here. Turn
there
around.
You go.
There you go. Guys, let's show the poster and talk a little bit about this.
All right, why don't you hold that up there? Be proud of it. So this is Miss Caitlin Kopp. She is a 4th grader at Roy Waldron Elementary School. Each year, as most of you may know or may not know, the nation recognizes Fire Prevention Week during the 2nd week of October. The state traditionally has always hosted a fire prevention poster contest, and this year Ms. Cope was selected the winner for the city of LaVergne, and her poster will now be sent up to the state fire marshal's office, and hopefully she can get further recognition for her efforts there. So in honor of your efforts and your willingness to participate, we've got you a handful of things, so I'll take this from you. My safety officer Kevin's got a certificate for you that says, presented to Caitlin Cope, 2022 Fire Prevention Week poster contest winner, presented today. That's for you, darn. And then we got you a fire department challenge coin, then also a little bag of goodies.
Yep.
All right, could you hold that right there? Yep. And to further show our appreciation for your efforts and your participation, okay, we're going to give you this award that only certain people get for special recognition. All right. On the back of this, it says conduct showing this person to be high legal, moral, and ethical standards. So I'm going to put this on you, okay? All right. So for her hard work, we also sponsor a pizza party for the classroom. So her class will get that to further demonstrate her hard work and willing to participate, and then her knowledge in fire safety. So let's all give Ms. Copeland a round of applause, please.
Kevin, Curtis, can we see the poster, please?
Oh, wow. That's good.
I'm blind, Kevin.
Oh,
Can we come
here.
down here? I hate to be a pain, but if you know the number, call 911. All right, good job.
Great job.
Yes, you did. Good job.
Should be very proud, Mom.
I am. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, we will have departmental reports on Thursday. Then we have got the consent agenda. A, approve agreement for engineering services from Griggs and Maloney for the design of a 24-inch water main from Mason Road to the Sanders Tank.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. I haven't met a couple of you. My name is Jamie Enzi. I'm with Griggs and Maloney. We're the water consultant for the city of LaVergne, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. This proposal is for providing a survey and preparation of the legal descriptions and exhibits for necessary easements, the engineering design, bidding, and construction phase services for the proposed 24-inch water main that would extend from an existing 24-inch water main that currently terminates on Mason Road up to the Sanders water storage tanks. The city has been working in phases over the past several years to install a complete 24-inch water transmission main from the water treatment plant to these tanks. This is to help reinforce the piping network through this pressure zone and to be able to fill those tanks at a higher flow rate as demand continues to increase without overstressing the existing network. This project was evaluated in the water system master plan that was updated last year and identified as a top priority. Additionally, this project is part of the American Rescue Plan non-competitive grant applications that were submitted to TDEC in November. If awarded, these grants will help cover the construction cost portion. Once it's bid and awarded, I think TDEC is currently still reviewing those and estimated to start awarding those in February of this year. Do you all have any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
B, approve amendment to professional services agreement with Reagan Smith Associates Incorporated for design of Brookside Park improvements.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Board of Mayor and Alderman, city staff.
I haven't seen him in a while.
Now I looked out, I recognized him.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm pleased to be in front of you tonight because we're acting on something that I know is important. I had lived in LaVergne for quite a while, from 2000 to 2018, and lived near where this park is being proposed, and I know that it's an important part of the city's Park and Recreation Master Plan, which we were pleased to be a part of as well. And we are seeking additional services for the project. It's been more than a year, almost a year and a half since we originally applied for the grant. Construction costs have gone up, design costs have gone up, and then also we've recognized with a survey that was done that we are going to be wrestling out some extensive engineering on the site due to some floodplain. So we're seeking additional services for that, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Does anyone have any questions?
This is to resolve those issues with the floodplains?
So we'll have to, in our engineering approach, have to make sure that we don't add any additional fill in the floodplain. We can balance it, we can work in it, but so it'll be challenging, and that's how we're going to have to proceed with our design.
A lot of it's fitting the grade with the stormwater.
Yes, sir.
Some of it will be maybe some revisions to the concept plan also, because we had, I think some members or all members have seen a conceptual layout that was submitted. That is going to have to be adjusted some based on this information we've got with the survey, because some of that just does not fit with what we're seeing. So we're going to have to be working with TDEC to come up with a solution to what they would be okay with and still meet the, the original concept, but it, like I say, some of the stuff just will not fit. So.
Does that big creek that runs down through there, does it ever get up and come over there?
Well, that's what we'll have to, he's talking about some of the engineering. We'll look at the, we can't get in the floodway for sure, but the floodplain, some, if not all of this, will be in the floodplain. And that's one of the things we'll have to figure out once they design it and do the material for the surface, even under the playground equipment, is what material do we need to use. And of course, I know David has had some concerns on that, because if you do the pour in place, that can get really expensive pretty quick. But if you use something else, is it going to get washed away if it, ever floods? So all that's going to be taken into account when they're designing this, and I think it's some of the reason why, or a lot of the reason why the additional cost.
What's the time frame, you think, for you to come up with a concept?
Well, we'll have to complete the project given that it's under a TDEC grant. I don't want to misstate the year. Do you remember, Kyle? It's basically a two and a half year.
I think you got 2.5 to be, yeah.
Process, but so first step will be to make sure, as Mr. Brown had mentioned, that we get something that TDEC is happy with, that we know can fit. So we'll just take it step by step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
C, approve agreement with Hands On Nashville for volunteer management, recruiting, and advertising for stormwater events. This is just an annual renewal. It's a $200 membership, and we've partnered with them for the last 2 years. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a quick question, just for clarification purposes, but what's an example of a stormwater event?
So that would be they do a stormwater cleanup along the Greenway. They do a water garden event. They do events at different activities that we do, like Old Timers, where they show the full concept of how stormwater works, different things like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? D, approve agreement for engineering services from CTI for the Subbasin Master Plan for the Hollandale Road Drainage Basin.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Aldermen, Alderwomen. My name is John Gehring with CTI Engineers. We're the sewer consultant for the city. And this particular agreement is to do a sub-basin master plan for the Hollandale Road Drainage Basin, which is the drainage basin north of the city. It's in response to a water and sewer availability request for the Lake Woods Phase 11 project that has been, I guess, asked to expand. Anyway, what this is going to do is take a deeper dive into a previously prepared master plan that we did to look closer at the sewer mains in that area. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Anyone have any questions? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Moving on to E, approve amendment number 23-1 to contract 2326-17 of the Greater Nashville Regional Council for the provision of senior center services. And this is basically a provision that provides an extra $3,787.50 to the senior center. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to new business. First reading ordinance 2023-01, an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. This has been something that we've worked on for a while, or when I say we, more of Bruce. Bruce, do you want to just dive into this one?
Sure. Basically, we're updating our purchasing policies. Not been updated since 2016. We've been working with MTAS on these amendments to make sure we're following all of the state laws here. Basically, some of the high points of this, the ordinance amends the municipal code, Title V, Chapter 4, and one of the sections gives me, the city administrator, the authority to appoint and delegate a purchasing agent to conduct the purchasing for the city. We've had a purchasing agent, obviously, for a long time, but MTS felt that it needed to be spelled out, that I have that authority to designate somebody as the purchasing agent, because earlier in the municipal code, it basically designates me as the purchasing agent, so they wanted to clarify that. Some of the purchasing categories and levels will change to make it a little simpler, a little more efficient. Currently, our level that requires a requisition and purchase order is $300. This will change that to $1,000 because it's getting harder and harder to buy anything, that we need to operate the city for $300. It also allows the mayor to sign agreements and contracts for purchases that are under $5,000 as long as the city attorney is okay with the language of that contract. This would help kind of clear up some of the items that we have to bring before council every month, like the $200 agreement, for instance, it just doesn't make sense to bring something that small to the board and have to wait a month to get it approved by the board. If it's something that is over $5,000 and it's a budgeted item, it also gives the mayor to sign any required contracts or agreements without board approval, as long as the city attorney is okay with it. If it's not for a budgeted program or item, it would still have to come through the board for your approval. It also amends our purchasing policy, our travel policy, which we've not had a lot of specifics on, so this just kind of clarifies a lot of things, and certainly recommend that this get approved.
Does anyone have any questions?
That's a broad range of stuff.
It's a 95-page document that I've been working on for about 6 months, so yes, it's taken a lot of time.
Okay, moving on to number 6, resolution number 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the city of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Again, this is a grant. We've got 3 purchases. The grant will fund 50% of them to a maximum amount of $5,000. We're requesting this grant to purchase part of the ThinkGuard cybersecurity suite. So, does anyone have any questions? Number 7, resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the city of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cybersecurity Partners Matching Grant Program. And this is another grant where PIP will reimburse 50% of our cost for some purchases. It's a 50-50 grant, maximum of up to $2,000. And again, this is for ThinkGuard as well. Is there any questions? Moving on to 8, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and a lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. And this is November 1st of 2022 meeting. Board approved a letter of intent to sell the existing Fire Station 41 to PG Stones River Partners. And this is sales associated. This is a sales associated contract and lease agreement that would allow the sale of the property and the lease back provisions for the city. The appraisal came back at $300,000, which is the same amount the group offered for the property. We're still waiting on the monthly lease agreement portion, so we hope we have that. Is that correct? Did we get that in, Bruce?
I do not have that yet.
Okay, I was going to say I haven't seen it, but does anyone have any questions?
The only question I got on it is what I stated the last meeting. The pawn shop next door sold just a few weeks ago for $650,000 plus a 10% buyer's fee. That puts it over 700,000. If you look at both buildings, there ain't a whole lot of difference, but there's a big difference between 300,000 and over $700,000.
I thought there was a sizable difference in the property size.
Yeah, I checked into that because I was not happy with this price, but I checked into that. First of all, the pawn shop building is about 1,000 square feet bigger. Plus, when it sold, it didn't just sell the building and the property. That was contents, guns, ammunition, diamonds, gold, bicycles, machinery, pressure washers. So it wasn't just like that, and I'm sure Ronnie will back me up on that fire station. That's going to be just a hull. Yes, sir. Once that thing's empty, it's just going to be an old hull that's about to fall down. But the pawn shop didn't just, they sold, if you look it up and read about it, it's all public records. They sold everything, contents, everything. So that's why there was such a big money difference.
Well, for me, I would not be comfortable voting on this until we have the lease agreement back. So that has to be a part of this as a whole.
Would Evan agree with that?
Yes, sir. No, I totally agree. And they have our markup, so we'll see what they say.
Does anyone have any other questions, comments? Moving on to 9, appoint and remove board and committee members. First, we have got the beer board. We've got 2 terms that expired at the end of last year. Terms of Kevin Oliver and Vicki Pollock expired, and they both wish to stay on the board. We have not received any applications for this, although it is being advertised. Then we've got the Greenway Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term that expired at the end of the year. That's Melissa Joiners. We're waiting to hear back from her as far as if she wants to remain on the committee. It is being advertised. Historical Preservation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term vacant. That's Chuck Isbell, who had resigned, and his term expired at the end of the year. We do not have any applicants for that currently. And then the Library Board. And let's see here. We've got 3 terms vacant. We've got Bridget Cole. We've got Gary Frazier and Linda Steed. Bridget and Gary's terms, they're not eligible for reappointment due to state legislator limitations, so we'll be looking for new applicants there. Linda has requested to be taken off this board, and so we do have this being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media. If we don't have any other applicants by Thursday, this will be removed. Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Commission. We've got 5 terms that expired at the end of the year. We're looking at Justin Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson. Staff recommends that all of these members be reappointed except for Justin Blair because the LaVergne Rescue Squad's requested that Marty Blair replace this gentleman. Next, we have the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got 1 term that expired at the end of the year. And that is Chuck Isbell. He wants to stay on the committee. We also have one other applicant, Kevin Oliver. And we will see if anybody else applies between now and Thursday. Then we have the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms vacant. That is Megan DeBoard and Jeff Moss. Jeff would like to remain on this board, but Megan would like to come off of it. So that is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media, but we've not received any other applications. Next, we have the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got 1 term that expires at the end of January. It's Terrence Smith. We are reaching out to him and just waiting to see as far as if he would like to remain on here or not, but that is being advertised on Channel 3 and on social media, but it will not be on the agenda for Thursday night. And then finally, we've got the Construction Board of Adjustment and Appeals. We've got 2 terms that have expired, that will expire at the end of January. That's Teresa Hesse and Jeff Moss. We'll be reaching out to both of those to see if they want to stay on the board. and we will begin advertising that on Channel 3. Again, this is just an FYI for that board. And with that, we will move on to mayor and alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family for their loss, and check on the elderly and make sure the pets has ample water and shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, excuse me if this is out of place, but I was wondering, do we have any updates on the Thornton's intersection?
They have, the last update we have is that they had till the 19th to complete the paving, and then it would go into liquidated damages where they are fined daily. Our Assistant City Administrator, Kyle Brown, did reach out to them. Kyle, do you have any update from them?
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to wait until paving weather again, so it's gonna be, in my opinion, a few months for sure, but they will be charged liquidated damages, and they know they are being charged damages, so.
So, after the 19th,
As of the 19th, they will be charged.
as of the 19th of December,
Yes,
okay?
they're already being charged.
So if anybody thinks that some of that caused damage to their vehicle, they can submit claims?
It's still an active construction site, so as of right now, anything that happens in the construction zone is responsibility of the contractor.
And they have an insurance company.
I just know I've seen a lot of talk, and, you know, that way if somebody asks, we can at least give them an honest answer.
Yes, we've had a few, and Deets, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had a few that have contacted us about damage, and we have turned them over to the contractor to get with their insurance company.
So if somebody brings that up, do we tell them to contact you, Bruce, Mike? Huh? Okay, Andrew in HR. Okay, I didn't know that.
I mean, you can get to any of us, we'll get it to the appropriate spot.
Okay.
What is the daily fine? Do you know?
I think off the top of my head, I think it's $800 a day.
Okay.
And again, that's per day.
Per day.
The second thing, I would like to address the South Waldron water outage over Christmas time. I received a number of phone calls, texts, reaching out about questions about that. I have been talking with fire. I talked with Mike today. I talked to there's a couple other people. You know, first I do want to thank Mike and Danny from Infomark. They were out there working. I do feel like the city could have improved on communication efforts to citizens. According to the kind of the timeline that I played out, I mean, the media had already released a statement before the city released a statement. So I'm actively kind of talking to people to figure out what we can do better. I mean, it happened, like I said, I do agree, it was kind of a perfect storm of things, freezing temperatures, rolling power outages. Don't know if there was anything that could have been done to prevent it. As I said when I was talking to Danny, I mean, they have a protocol. They went through Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. Just kind of, like I said, Mike was out there working all through the holiday. Like I said, that's no excuse for lack of information, I feel, to the community. But like I said, I'm actively trying to problem solve on that and see what we can come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Haas.
I'd just like to wish everyone a happy new year and look forward to serving the community. Thank you.
Vice Mayor No.
As everybody knows, I'm a diehard sports advocate, so let's keep the young man from Buffalo in our prayers. This lady asked about this stuff. This weather that we had over Christmas holidays was sinful for this part of the country. I mean, it was just incredible. As a tax-paying citizen, I want to tell Michael and his crew, I went up there today to their office to thank them personally, and I found out today that one of his crew members that's married, has small children, spent all day Christmas out on a water break that we had on this side of town. The things that went on the other side of town, what's his name's gonna be here Thursday. Dwayne's gonna be here Thursday to talk to us a little bit. I talked to Michael a little bit about it. A couple of the things I didn't understand, though, Michael, I was in Woodland Hills yesterday, and I spoke with several people. They were out and about. It was a pretty day, and of course, I know so many people out there. And, you know, I apologize about the water, and I hate it. And this person didn't have water, but this person never had no problems. I don't understand that. That's way above my head, but it just didn't make no sense. But I do know that that weather was bad. My heat went out. I couldn't even see my grandson. Cost me $900 to get my heat fixed, and I blame it on the electric, but I can't prove it, so I just eat it and glad to get it. So after my thinking about it, I thought, yeah, you know, some people didn't have water. A lot of people didn't have heat. Some people died. So the inconvenience and the communication was definitely an issue, and I'm hoping that Dwayne can give us a better outlook on it and let everybody know. But anyway, Michael, you guys were out there. It's my understanding some of you's worked 46 hours out of 72 in sub-zero weather. So as a citizen, I appreciate it. As a vice mayor, I commend our employees, and I get behind you 100%. That's it.
Well, I want to echo those thoughts. Thank you to Michael Dietz and your team, because it was all team. I know I drove back from middle of nowhere, Mississippi, and y'all were bundled up outside, basically playing in water, so to say. And then y'all did not even stop then. I think whenever I was out there, it was about 9 o'clock at night. But after that, y'all were over at the Ridge and making sure people over there had water once everything was hooked up. So you guys worked, whether it was service line breaks, whether it was main breaks, y'all worked relentlessly through the holiday, missing time with your families. So thank you. We do appreciate you and your staff. Dwayne Lowry with Infomark will be here, and he will talk to the board, go through what happened, explain why it happened, and how we move forward. Thankfully, it was something that was very quickly resolved. I know we were talking before the meeting, Vice Mayor No and I, this wasn't just a Nashville issue. Metro Nashville had a 24-inch water line break under the river, which is something we don't ever want to experience for a break. But we need to make sure that this doesn't happen again. I know Danny and his team know me. Whenever there is an issue, not only do I want the issue fixed, but I want to find out ways to prevent it in the future. So we will be hearing from Dwayne, who will walk us through all of that, and we can go from there. But I think it was summed up perfectly that it was a perfect storm of whether it's weather, technology, personnel, all happening at once, electricity happening all at once. So we'll go into that more in depth Thursday, 2 days from now. So everyone, don't show up next week, show up this Thursday. And we will go from there. With that, call this meeting adjourned.
No football on.
Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching and for listening. We're back at the Holston General Store here in Morristown, Tennessee at the Region 4 office, and we are just excited to be here. Mr. Matt Cameron's been hosting us for a series of shows.
Yeah, buddy.
And it's been fun.
We've had a good time, some great guests. Got another great show lined up for you today.
Yeah. So next to Matt is our co-host, Sally Petrie. She just joined us for a show, and thought we'd bring her back and do another one. So appreciate her joining us. But our guest today is Andrew Paduch. He is the first to achieve Master Level 5 in the TARP program.
TARP.
TARP.
Tell them what that is.
Tennessee Angler Recognition Program.
Almost sounds like another species of fish, a tarp.
Yeah.
Tarpon, carp. It's like a hybrid.
So I'm excited to hear how some of his fishing adventures and what it was like to reach that level and all the fun stuff that we're going to dive into today. But if you're not familiar with TARP, go to our website, tnwildlife.org. Click on the fishing tab and scroll down. You'll see some information on TARP. You can also look at see the Tennessee Angler Recognition information in our fishing guide. What page is that, Sally?
47.
Page 47 of the fishing guide. And so go check it out, read up on it, get some information. We're going to try to cover a lot of it today. First of all, Andrew, thank you for being with us.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, it's your friend, one of our commissioners, Tommy Woods, called me and said, hey, I think it was at a meeting. He said, hey, my buddy just reached that level 5. You need to get him on one of your shows. I said, yeah, we'll do that. So I'm glad you're here, and I'm excited to learn about your fishing adventures and learn a little bit about you. If you don't mind, share a little bit of your background and what you do.
Well, first off, I can promise you there will be some fish stories today.
Okay.
No matter how big or how small, they're guaranteed. I think that's one of those things that goes hand in hand with fishing. But I've been fishing for a long time. I mean, I've been at it since as long as I can remember. Mm-hmm. Never caught much growing up with my old man. But the big outings way back when were just to catch fish, and it boiled down to carp because we could catch a carp.
Yeah.
As bad as that sounds, it started with a carp, and it was a method in which we would go. He always made it fun, so I enjoyed it. We would go light line, catch carp. And carp, as anyone knows, I mean, everybody downplays them, but when you're a kid, you're 6, 7, 8 years old. You just want to tug on the end of the pole. You don't care what it is, and the bigger the better.
Yes.
Yeah.
They get big.
They do. So, in essence, it started as it was a good method in which to learn how to catch a big fish on light line. Mm-hmm. And the light line has served many good experiences over the year with it. And that's what separates a lot of people, I feel like, from catching fish is – obviously, it's a method in which they do it, but everybody always wants to go in gangbusters. It'd be like shooting a raccoon with a .50 caliber gun. I mean, it just doesn't work, right? Yeah. And I think a lot of people get entrapped in sometimes bigger is better, heavier lines, so they get the fish in. And ultimately, if you can fish, you can fish. And it's just there's a learning curve there, but there's definitely tricks to the trade that help you catch those fish.
Yeah.
But it's all about a presentation and desire to get out there and do it when you need to do it, not when you want to do it.
And the challenge, I like that light line idea. It's just the challenge of reeling those bigger fish in on that lighter line, and it's a different type of fishing.
It is. It is. I mean, and I have a 6-year-old that is completely enamored with it. And just to put it in context of how important the line is, I fish exclusively. If I could give one person the number one rule to catching bigger fish is lighter line and fluorocarbon. And it was very apparent what was going on. I took a gentleman fishing with my son. We were catching fish, just one right after the other. Trout, nice trout, anywhere from 15 to his biggest one that day was 29 inches. And I had caught 8 fish before the gentleman I took had caught one. And he said, I want to take my pole. Okay, whatever.
Right.
And he was using mono and 10-pound test. Never got one bite. And we had caught 8 before I gave him my pole.
Okay. I was wondering when that point
Oh, well,
was.
it just gets to the point like, man, come on, here. He
Yes,
took
I
one of
want you
mine.
to enjoy this.
Yes, I've done this, and here, take it. And as soon as he did, first cast, it was just like someone threw a light switch, and it boiled down to, it wasn't the method in which it was being delivered. It boiled down to something as simple as the fishing line.
And why does fluorocarbon make that much difference over mono?
It's just a transparency thing. I mean, you use a light fluoro, it just disappears. And I fish a lot in saltwater as well, and it's just as big deal down there as it is in freshwater. And and again, it's that line diameter. Sometimes you can't get down there. You can't get bit on 30-pound test, but you drop to 20, and you get eaten all the time. But the problem with 20 is you can't get the fish in because he's too big. So it's a darned if you do, darned if you don't type thing.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
So you started fishing at a young age and continued your whole life. Sounds like you've been doing it for a while.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm 40 years old. And literally have had a fishing pole in my hands, catching creek chubs for as long as I can remember.
Where are you from? Where'd you grow up fishing?
I grew up in Johnson City. I'm a local boy.
Yeah.
And like I said, we mainly fished on Watauga Lake. And growing up, we loved the lake because of how pretty it is, right?
Oh yeah, beautiful.
But we called it the Dead Sea. Everybody would go up there, or we would go up there and flog it, and very seldom caught a big fish. I still remember the biggest fish I ever caught out of that when I was a youngster was about a 3-pound smallmouth, and it was like the holy grail. And took it home and mounted it. Still have it to this day. I mean, and I'm sitting there thinking, now I look back on that thinking, yeah, times were desperate back then.
As a good fight, though, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it was.
That size.
It was for sure.
Yeah, I could say that our waters all across the state have come a long way. I mean, we've had some good fishing, but it's getting better and better.
I travel quite a lot. I just got back from Michigan grouse hunting for a week.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So I'm all over this country, and whether it's fishing or traveling or work, it's East Tennessee for trophy fish. Going by strictly size, is second to none to anywhere in the country. Now, you might have some larger bass down south, but outside of the bass, you ain't going to beat it. I mean, you're just simply not going to do it. And, I mean, you have stripers. We've caught them 50, 60 pounds. You have the hybrids. I think it's 23 pounds is the state record. I've come within 2 pounds several times.
Whoa.
The trout fishing, I don't care what you're trying to catch. Now, obviously, the brook or the cutthroats out west, they're bigger. They've been around longer. Those are probably a fish that's a little harder to come. But the browns and rainbows, you're not going to beat them, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, if you find them, you're just not going to beat them. It's just the way it is.
That's Sally's wheelhouse. She's in streams, rivers, fisheries, so she can talk trout with you.
There we go.
She's probably hearing this, getting pretty excited, thinking, "Oh, good, the work that we're doing is paying off." I know your colleagues would love to hear this conversation.
Oh, yeah.
Because,
It truly is. I mean, state agencies are a lot of things, guys, but TWRA, I mean, and lots of people, he's just blowing smoke. I cannot express to you guys how well the fisheries. I mean, especially where I fish, how well it's doing. Now, things can always be tweaked. Things can always get better. Sure. Regardless of where you're at or who you are. But in the realm of just good fish, quality fish, can't beat it. For freshwater fish, you cannot beat East Tennessee, period.
awesome.
And this is an unpaid.
This message brought to you by now.
We have some great partners too that help us. You know, our tailwaters. We work a lot with TVA on how to release the water and things like that to help the quality of the water so that the fish are, you know.
Oh yeah, cold water, super oxygenated, can't beat it. Tailwater fishing is as good as it gets anywhere. I don't care where the tailwater is. That's where the fish are going to want to be certain times of the year.
Yeah. Well, before we get too deep, let's talk about the TARP program and just a few stats that I was able to dig up. The first TARP certificate was given out in 2003, so this program's been around a while. And
almost 20 years?
Yeah. Wow, 20 years.
It's hard to believe.
I graduated high school in 2003. Brad Golden, and he was the first one to get a certificate. And then the first master level one was our own Jim Habera in 2004, January 2004. So just to give you a few stats on when it kind of got started, but today we have Andrew with us to talk about reaching that level 5, and I just kind of want to hear some of the stories of how you got to that level, and what was maybe some of the first fish you caught that qualified, and what led you down the list to start getting these certificates and reach those levels.
Well, the list starts by accident. I have I used to fish a lot with my cousin Derek, and he was hooked up with another gentleman who fished and caught a lot of big fish. And so the progression of how to catch those fish started way back in the early 2000s for us. I believe my first one was either a striper or a hybrid, and so you start there. You start with a fish, and I was in school, then working, so fishing kind of took a back step. But then it comes full circle, comes back around when you get firmly in a place, you start going, and the list starts of what can I catch to knock off the list. You always go with the easiest. It's human nature for God knows what reason, so you start with the easy ones.
Like a bluegill?
Well,
what's easy for you? It depends.
That's exactly right, and it all depends on where you're at and what you're used to catching. And I'm one of my faults is I'm not a artificial guy. I just
so everything's been live bait.
Almost everything.
Almost, yeah.
I mean, some of the fish you catch, so many of the tarps that you catch them and they just go back in.
Yeah.
And you don't even think anything about it anymore. But I'm a live bait person. Anywhere from I don't care what it takes. You say, Andrew, you can go catch a 30-inch trout on a night crawler. Sign me up. Or hey, go catch some creek chubs and you'll go catch a walleye. I don't care. I'm in it to. I want to catch fish. I like to go catching, not fishing. So again, that's human nature. And it starts there. And you hear a story. You're on these Facebook pages. You see where people are fishing, what they're catching, not necessarily how they're catching, but they're catching the fish. And then it's up to you to figure it out. So it starts. The Master Angler 1 is just catch 5 citation fish. Doesn't matter what they are.
And you said your first one was a stripe or a hybrid, so that was a 40 or a 30-inch fish.
Sure.
For your first one.
I believe the hybrid was 33. It's still, to this date, one of the only fish I've caught that I didn't, and I return everything. I don't
Catch and release.
Catch and release.
Outstanding.
That hybrid was 33 inches and weighed right at 20 pounds.
Wow.
And I released him in the hopes of catching him when he weighed over 23 pounds for the state record. It's probably, I think it's one of 2 fish in my life that I wish I'd kept him mounted. So it's just one of those things. And I don't catch and eat them. It's if I want a good fillet of something, I'll just walk down to Kroger and get me something.
So before we get too deep, just so I got the things in line here, so I've never entered tarp. I don't know exactly, but do you measure this on site and show a picture of the measurement, and how do you make sure it's qualified?
Well, there's actually 2 different methods in which you can do it. The first one being you're fishing with a buddy, a partner, somebody on the bank, a witness. So, and honestly, it's a honor thing.
Honor system.
It's an honor system, and to me, there's no virtue in trying to attain a goal that you're cheating yourself. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean anything to anyone other than yourself, or in my instance, me. And so you have a lot of time invested in these different fish, of trying to catch them of certain sizes. So back to the original question, you have to have a witness that signs off on it that it was X number of inches long, where it was, what it was caught on, etc. You release the fish. The second one being, if you were fishing by yourself, you put a ruler on the deck, and you hope to guide you can get your fish to hold still. for long you to dig your cell phone out and for you to snap a picture.
And not knock it in the water.
And so once you do that, you submit it to you folks, and you guys certify it and send it back. Super easy.
Was it a quick turnaround when you send these in?
It all varies.
Okay, we may not need to go down that road then. Sorry.
Again, it doesn't really matter, but sometimes they come back in a week, and sometimes it takes a month. So it just depends on how busy you folks are.
Exactly.
And every business, regardless of what you are, there's ups and downs, so it takes some time.
Exactly. Turnover, things like that.
So you're level 5.
Yes, sir.
What does it take to become a tarp level 5 angler?
It takes a lot of time.
How much time do you think it's taken?
I don't know.
When you started?
I can tell you the hardest one that has been for me has been the rainbow trout. That number is out of whack. It's 24 inches.
Yeah.
And maybe it's out of whack for the method in which I fish. Let's put it that way. I have been fishing for that fish for 10 years of 24. Now, if you said how many 23.5 inches have you caught, I'd probably say close to 50. That 23, the 23 to 24 it's not an easy fish, but you definitely can catch them.
Yeah.
That 24 inch or bigger for a rainbow
It's hard.
It's hard.
That's
Yeah.
big.
It's
That
hard.
really is
It's big.
big. I mean, you think about it. 2 rulers.
Yeah.
It's
No,
it's a
I mean-
big.
Do you have any input on that?
No, I agree. It's hard. It's hard. And I know from talking from Jim, who's on your list of the first level 1
Yeah,
angler.
Jim. He's a biologist here in Region 4.
Yeah, he always says, he's like, man, if I could just get another 1/4 inch out of a fish. It's like, so I
stretcher.
get that. Yeah, yeah.
But your son caught a 29er.
Well,
Is
we
that
got
right?
he did, and for Christmas I actually got a replica made of it.
Oh,
coming.
cool. That's cool.
So, but we got on a bite this year that was unbelievable, and it was just for about a month. We would go and fish over that 24-inch mark. We'd probably catch 3 or 4 in an outing, and God only knows how many 15 to 20 to 22 inches.
Really
I
nice.
mean, you get sick of catching them. And one day we probably hooked 5 fish, and seriously, we'd set the hook and I'd hand him the pole. We've caught our fish. I've caught my fish, and it's about bringing him along with me to make sure that he does it. And so I have a fishing buddy, right? And now you can't beat him off with a stick to get him out of the boat.
Oh, yeah.
But we got on a bite. We figured something out on one of the tailwaters, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. And hooked some fish we never saw. And I fish with generally 2 units of water. I don't ever fish one of our local tailwaters with 0 units, never, unless I'm trying to catch bait, which I'm sure that's going to make you cringe.
No,
But
that's okay.
it was one of those magical years. Now, back to the original rainbow trout question. I took one of the y'all's fellow officers in a trout tournament this year on Watauga Lake. Corey Jones, good friend, great guy.
Yeah.
Took him and his 2 boys, and
Boy.
I was pre-fishing with another buddy of mine and caught the rainbow trout. It was like 24 1/8 inches. Caught it on my buddy, who actually is the number 2 person in the state to do this, Jamie Rudolph,
Oh, okay.
who couldn't make it. But I caught it on his pole because he was reeling in a lake trout on the other side of the boat. and he and I had been after that fish, that rainbow trout, for a long time. He got it up and get it up, and there it is. It's a 24 1/8 incher, and it was like, oh my God, where'd that thing come from? But that fish kind of set the tone. We got on the rainbow trout bite, and it was unbelievable. I mean, to this day in my entire life, I've never been part of something like that. I mean, every time you'd go, we hooked fish that got spooled us, because if you beefed the line up, you couldn't do anything. We had fish go into the dam, into the grates, which never happened. Have fish wrap you around rocks. I mean, it's just, you get a big fish on in fast water, on light line, it becomes a mess, and you better hope you have someone that can run a boat.
Yeah.
So it's
Wow.
Well, any tips? We're not looking for your secret method, but for people that want to go out and catch a trout, a nice trophy-sized trout to them.
Again, it boils back to people tend to try to fish the way they think, the way they see something, the way, oh, this looks good. And this is not like an epiphany, but you go out, you try to duplicate what you think the fish are biting, whether it be a night crawler or a minnow or something to that effect, and you rig it to effect that it's more a natural presentation. And again, it goes back to fluorocarbon. I mean, and if you go back to the fluorocarbon, it helps hide the human presence to it. And I know I've harped on it already, but I can tell you it makes a tremendous difference, more so than anything else.
Yeah. Well, got any more fish stories on some of on that list? I guess this isn't the full list. This was an early. I keep pointing at it. But this is an early poster of the TARP program. and there's only 20 fish on this one, I think it is, but there's 27, I think, fish now or something like that you can catch. What was some more of the fun ones that helped you get to this level?
The muskie.
Oh, no, that is a fish I want to go after.
It's supposed to be the fish of 1,000 casts. And
it's 3 for you, right? 3 casts.
Seriously, it was.
Was it?
That's where I'm headed with this. I have a buddy that lives on the Nolechucky River, kind of down off of 107.
Interesting. Huh.
And well, I've always heard my entire life that those fish are there, right?
Yeah.
Well, he said, Andrew, I saw somebody catch one. I said, Jerry, you just don't go see somebody catch a 40-inch muskie. It's just. He said, I did. Well, his property borders. He said, come down. I'll even show you what they're throwing. We go down there, and it's a whopper plopper in its early stages, and the big whopper plopper. And we're down there on the side of a bank. It's muddy. I'm up 5 feet off the bank, throwing out their third cast. You're actually making fun. It seriously happened like that.
Third cast.
Hey, it was the third cast. And they hooked it, and it was about a 36-inch muskie. But before it was over with, I got so excited because it was one of those fish in it's south. It's hard to come by.
Mm-hmm.
I slipped into the water. I looked like a tar baby coming out. I mean, I was covered in mud, and it was silt down at the bottom. So when I got up there, I had mud up to my knees. I had an arm that was caked in. The rod was laying down there, but I had that muskie under the gills, holding it like this. I mean, I looked like a pig in mud, wallowing around, and that got me started. From there, I went to go get permission to launch a boat. I have a jet boat that I run.
Mm-hmm.
Launch a boat, and in a month's time, I don't know how many we hooked, but we wound up catching. I caught 3 or 4 that summer, and that is a fish that was caught on artificial, and had several follows. My buddy, who I mentioned, Jamie, he was fishing with me one day, and he had been fishing with a still leader for 45 minutes or an hour, 2 hours. We'd always fish right before dark. Well, it got into a mess, and he said, to hell with it. I'm going to put on a 100-pound leader because that's what I got. He throws it out there, cranking it back, and that just thump, 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 like the whopper plopper does, and a big, huge explosion. And a big muskie. It's topwater too, and so it makes it. There's an added element there of excitement. You see that fish boil, and it's thrashing. He hooks it, and has it on for 20 minutes. And they tend to come to the fish we have caught tend to come to the boat easy, and then they go bonkers.
They see the boat.
A brown trout does the same thing. I mean, a big brown just goes absolutely nuts. This thing's jump back and forth, and he jumps out of the water, and he's got the whopper plopper strung on the side of his face, and the bait's about that big.
Mm-hmm.
And then it gets next to the boat. I didn't have a net. Recipe for disaster automatically. So I don't have a net. There it sits. It gets spooked one more time, takes off. It runs out from here 20 yards off the boat.
They don't tire out fast, do they?
No, and the thing jumps again. And this time, the lure's on the other side of the fish, and the line is running through its mouth.
Ooh.
And when it did that, the line cuts. And I'll never forget my buddy's face. And he sits down in the back of the boat, and he's sitting there just like this, and it's like somebody just told him his best dog died or his grandma died. I mean, and he just sits back there for 20 minutes because he's spent all summer trying to catch his fish with me, and I've caught several. We actually had 8 blow-ups that night. Got one in. And he lost that big one. But he has since then caught one in Milton Hill.
Yeah.
But it was just like someone told him his dog died. And I'll never forget it. And it was my fault because I didn't have a friggin' net in the boat. It's not a fish you just pick down and you pick up and grab anyways.
So people right now are Googling Highway 107, whopper plopper, fluorocarbon.
Go wear it out. That's the one fish. Do not fish with fluorocarbon. Still leader about that long.
100-pound test.
Oh, yeah. Right through it.
Come.
Wow, that's crazy.
Cool.
That is cool, though. I think that's the next fish I want to go after. I got a buddy that's already told me. He said, we're going to go. He pulled out a tackle box and looked at the baits. He was like this. I'm like, are you serious? So,
sure.
It should be a fun trip. And he likes to do it on a fly rod, too.
Another element to it.
That's cool.
A lot of effort there.
Mm-hmm. So what's next for you?
The next is there is no 6 level yet. And understandably, I'm one, and it's been around for what you guys said, 20 years.
Yeah.
So next is the goal is now to get them all.
Yeah.
And some of them, I mentioned to you guys earlier today that the big goal for me was always to catch them in East Tennessee. It actually means, I mean, sure, you can travel to certain lakes that are known for certain fish and catch those fish. And it was just something I wanted to do basically in the Johnson City area. There's a handful of lakes there and rivers that have these fish in them, and you just go to when they're biting. And like I said, I've caught 21 now, and one has come from a lake outside of East Tennessee, and that was a blue cat. And they're hard to come by in East Tennessee, period. And it came from Watts Bar. So,
yeah,
easy trip.
Well, good luck to catching them all. I think that's awesome.
Yeah. What do you lack?
Oh, what do I lack?
Yeah.
I like some easy ones. I like a black crappie.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Maybe it's not so easy.
Yeah.
I like to see that one on the list.
I guess that's the old
there it
list.
is,
Yeah, there it
14.
is. There it is.
Yeah. And I've caught a couple prior. I've caught a couple that, for whatever reason, I didn't enter.
Okay.
The black crappie, the bowfin, not even sure
yeah.
where I'm going to go to get. I know that one's not in East Tennessee.
Yeah.
The long-nosed gar, that's another one. Then the
Yeah,
spotted
solids.
gars, I've never caught a long nose. The sauger,
Oh, yeah.
which will come from right down here in your all's neck of the woods.
Oh yeah.
And
If it's a trophy sauger, it's going in the skillet, man.
that's exactly where those
Oh
go.
yeah.
Delicious.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, we're going to run out of time, but I wanted you to mention the Class B,
Oh,
right?
boy,
Class
yeah,
B world the
yeah.
record for or state record for goldfish.
Yeah.
Who got that?
Yeah. Oh boy. My husband, Justin Walbert, got the Class B. He was bow fishing for goldfish, so he's very, very proud of it. Gotta give him a shout out.
Got it hanging on the wall.
He's got it hanging on the wall. He likes it when people notice when they come over.
By the way, have you seen my
Yeah.
goldfish?
Oh, yeah.
he's beat his own record, right?
He's beat his own record,
Oh,
so he
yeah.
has 2 state records, framed, everything. Oh yeah.
That's great.
It's all about it.
Yeah, so check out our website, tnwildlife.org. Check out our guide. All the information on tarp and state records are there. We got a couple state records here behind us.
And world record.
World record.
I'm sorry, that's a world record.
Smallmouth right there,
That's a
man.
world record. That's a state record. Anyway, we got a lot of cool records here in Tennessee, and it's a great place to fish. Andrew, thank you for being here.
No problem, guys. Thanks for having
Thank
me.
you.
This has been fun and a lot of fun information, a lot of cool stories, a lot of fish stories told today.
Makes you want to go fishing.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. Like I said, tnwildlife.org for all things hunting and fishing, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.
Good evening. I call the Citizens Forum to order. We have two speakers tonight. You will be asked to come up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will be given 3 minutes to speak. First, we have Kim Gentry.
Evening, Mayor and Board of Aldermen. My name is Kim Gentry at 1047 Waldron Road.
Mayor of LaVergne, how would you achieve that?
Transparency is an important goal, not just for the office of the mayor, but for the entire city. Since I've come in as mayor, we have started putting whole agendas online, both social media and the website. Of course, we have had for quite some time, we've had the YouTube channel. That information gets out to people. You can answer questions and go through that, all the different issues that are going on with people. You can talk. That's the biggest thing in this society that's missing, is people sitting down and talking versus just saying, hey, I don't like you, I don't like your position, and moving on, and you're just a bad guy. Communication is a big part of transparency, and so that would be an important tool for everyone, for the city and for the mayor's office.
I found that an interesting excerpt from the League of Women Voters mayoral forum back in the fall. The tool of communication did not exist in the recent water outages in the South Waldron community. The first occurrence at my house, I thought I was dealing with a frozen pipe issue until I became aware that there were other neighbors with the same issue or low pressure. It was not easy to deal with that. The second occurrence, I was out of town with visiting family. What if my house had caught on fire with this water outage? It's come to my knowledge that possibly Mr. Beasley, who can address this, I'm sure, in his department report, wasn't even aware until the Facebook post on December 26th that we had an outage of water in our area. What if someone had died in a house? Well, the communication was made, or the statement was made of, well, we've got people without electricity, people are dying with no heat. Well, at least we knew about the rolling outages. We knew that it was happening. Had we ever questioned that SCADA, would it possibly fail during a freezing temperature? Do we have a reaction recovery plan, and is communication part of that plan? And if so, why did we not use it? Simply a Facebook post would have helped in letting us know that possibly something could happen. 5 seconds, Facebook post. And how we might could have helped a citizen prevent the numerous outages by conserving water. Or what duration were we looking at? We could have been informed at some point during the process. Why weren't we? We've got great department leaders. Let them do their job outside of this boardroom, and let's let them communicate with the citizens. What if the NFL had not reacted and communicated properly Monday night? What if?
Thank you. Next, we have Steve McGill.
I'm Steve McGill, live at 177 Blair Road. On Christmas Eve, we returned home to discover we had no water. As challenging a week we had with extreme weather, it was not very surprising. I was so relieved when I found out it was area-wide and not my own pipes, since we had made it through the coldest days okay. I completely understood that any number of issues could have occurred. Frozen large pipes, accidents, any number of things could have caused the outage. So I immediately turned to the internet and social media to see if there were any updates. Several neighbors had already reached out to the after-hours water department and were waiting to hear back. We heard rumors of an accident with a fire hydrant. We went to bed and hoped for the best. On Christmas Day, we had water, albeit with very low pressure. Again, no notices on the city website or announcements on social media. The rumor mill told us that the tank had drained during whatever was repaired, and trucks were supplementing refilling the water tank. But then we lost water again completely. The day after Christmas, at 1:25, the city first acknowledged an issue and attempted to explain the cause. Some of you have ridiculed neighbors for raising questions about how this was handled. You've said we should be ashamed of ourselves for raising questions while people died from cold weather and electricity outages. I'm not surprised. It's the typical response we expect from the majority of this board to blame anyone who questions your decisions. So allow me to explain my concerns. Was I angry I had no water? Not at all. It was completely understandable. Was it an inconvenience? Yes. Was it life-threatening? Not to me or my family. Was my home at risk? Turns out it was, since the fire department didn't even know we had no water in this area until it was posted on social media. So here's my issue. We pay a city administrator and an assistant administrator a very competitive wage, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out what they're responsible for. It is clearer than ever to me that this mayor wants to single-handedly run this city. It's clear that no one feels empowered in his absence to even put out an announcement for something that affected a significant section of our city. I believe everyone did their best. However, I don't believe there were any plans in place to handle something like this. There's now an opportunity for all departments involved to understand what happened and determine how it will be addressed in the future. It's up to you to determine what you learn. Please empower the employees we already employ and hold them accountable. If they don't want that, they're not the right associates. But this city clearly cannot continue to be mayor-dominated if we truly want to improve all citizen lives.
Thank you. That's going to close out the Citizens Forum. We will reconvene at 7 o'clock. Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is January 5th, 2023. It is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. I will have the prayer tonight, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderwoman Haas. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, we just ask that you would put your healing hand upon this city to melt and mend hardened hearts, to get everyone working together, to get them working to benefit each other and not themselves. We ask, Lord, that you would watch over our men and women, both serving in emergency and both serving all across this nation and world. We ask all this in your Son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to indivisible with liberty and justice for all.
First order of business is to approve the minutes from the September 6, 2022 regular meeting and the December 6, 2022 regular meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 6th and the December 6th regular meetings.
Have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes. Moving on to departmental reports. Chief Davis.
As promised from last month, if you look at the second slide, you will see the data from November 9th through November 30th. You can see that information there. And if you go to the next page, you will see the numbers for the month of December for that. Just some highlights. You will see that car burglaries, theft from motor vehicles, we had six cases in the month of December, all vehicles left unlocked, and normal hours between 12 midnight and 6 a.m. The good part about it is there's no weapons in the hands of bad guys right now. And if you go on through your packet, you will also see LPD activity. As you can see, the men and women, even though we're shorthanded, you can see that they're still busy working. 3,459 calls for service, 150 arrests, and 902 traffic stops that resulted in 20 DUI arrests and 49 drug arrests. So kudos to the men and women for working hard as they are. Any questions?
Chief, do you want to talk a little bit about the accreditation?
So we got word today. We set application to begin the accreditation process through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police back in September. And the accreditation program is something that's really nationwide for police departments to have a set standard for every officer across the board. You know, like one shift wouldn't do it one way, another shift was a way that the department adopts through Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police. And we got our information today that we was accepted into the program to start our process for accreditation. Now that we've been accepted, we got 3 years to get it done. So it's going to be a madhouse at LPD for us, but it's going to be huge for the city. It's never been done. We've attempted, but we got to the policy part of it and just kind of fell off. So this is really huge for us. I got people in place that's actually dealing with accreditation and accreditation only. So I think it's going to be successful this time.
Wonderful. You want to have any other questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Moving on to the fire department, Chief Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. Just as each month, I'm sure you've had an opportunity to review our reports. Of course, you have the month of December reports in front of you, but you also have the year-end report for 2022. There is a typo up there at the top. I'm sure y'all noticed that. It looks like we've had about a 10% increase in our runs, about 300 runs more than we had last year, which is trademarking or trending as we were the year before that. A vast majority of them, again, are in medical. 2,718 runs this year versus 2,500, so about a 200 plus change in runs or an increase in runs. And that's why we focus so diligently on training our people to treat what our citizens need the most. Medical training, 80% of our run volume is there. We did have an increase in motor vehicular accidents, a couple of extra fires that did not occur last year. But most everything else is on par from where we were this time last year. This was an extremely busy year for the LaVergne Fire Department. Not only did we increase by 300 runs, but we completed our ISO evaluation. We're still waiting on reports from the Insurance Service Office on that. It's been an extremely busy year, and I'd like to take my hat off to the firefighters, this department, the men and women that serve every single day. Also, if I could, Mayor, you and I talked Tuesday night about Community Connect. Hopefully tomorrow you'll see some push out from some social media sites about the Community Connect that you can find on LaVergne or fire.LaVergne37086, where citizens, business owners can go to that website, click onto the link for the Community Connect. That allows each person within the city to give us what information they would like to know about their home or their business. Tell us how many people live there. Maybe you have a senior adult or a child living on the second floor. Most of us are old enough to remember the Tot Finder stickers on the windows. This is like an electronic version of that for the firefighters. So as we're en route to the house, we can review that information and we can know that we have specific needs. You can even take pictures of your dogs, post those up there, as well as locations for your gas shutoffs, water shutoffs, any special needs that you may have for the home. So it's a very critical tool for our firefighters that we've never had before, decision making.
I believe we had a few already take some photos and upload them, haven't we?
Oh, yes, sir. We've probably got 60 plus people in the last 3 months upload information, and I'm saying we probably, of those 60 people, we've got no less than 40 or 50 pictures of canines. So it is an incredible tool, without a doubt. And it's like I said, it's like the old Tot Finder that I had on my window when I was a child. So that information stays within the website. It's not available to anybody else other than emergency personnel, so it's a secure site as well.
And Chief, you also had some staff members get some accreditation, some certifications just recently. Is that right?
This is an incredibly busy. We had a number of people get their firefighter 1, firefighter 2, instructor certifications, fire officer certifications. I've not posted yet because the complete numbers have not came in, but we had 12 people complete EMT, advanced EMT training. We're waiting on the state certifications on that. Some of them already returned, but I don't want to post that until we get our final numbers on those. But again, at this point, we have 36 personnel in the streets every day, if I remember correctly, that have EMT basic or advanced EMT, and 1 paramedic serving the citizens. Again, that's 80% of our run volume. That's where the bread and butter is for the city. And if you look at community risk reduction, we're meeting the needs on top of the fires that we work. But we concentrate on the numbers as well.
Does anyone have any other questions?
We got sidetracked yesterday, Chief, talking, and
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask you, are we still doing the smoke alarm system? And if we are, what is the criteria?
There is no criteria. If you call and request to our fire admin office or go through the LaVergne fire.LaVergne37086, I think that, to me, that's the easiest way to get to us because it's documented. You can request smoke alarms. We'll install smoke alarms in all the appropriate locations in the home, outside the bedrooms, 1 in a central location at 0 cost to the citizen.
Okay, and my next question is, how's the mud hole?
It's wet. It's wet. We met Tuesday or Wednesday on that, and we've got some things to deal with. Kyle and myself have got some decisions to make, but you're in the construction business. It's this time of year. January, February is going to be a difficult time to try to get some concrete on the ground to start the construction process. But it is a swamp.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Chief Beasley, I just want to be clear. When were you first notified of the water outage in the South Waldron community?
When I recognized it on social media.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, moving on to Parks and Recreation, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You can see the help desk tickets there, 72. Man-hours devoted to those, 583.5. See some of the past projects that we've worked on this past month. Upcoming events, January 16th, Martin Luther King Jr. celebration at 10 a.m. February 4th will be the father-daughter dance at the multipurpose building, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Under the Sea is the theme. Mermaids will be on site for photo ops. You can see some of the past senior events there, a couple of upcoming senior events. Upcoming meetings, Senior Center Committee meeting, 4:30, January 23rd. Also on the 23rd is the Park and Rec meeting at 6, and the Beautification and Arts Committee meeting at 7 p.m. Martin Luther King, I just want to go back to that real quick. I encourage everybody that has the opportunity to please come out. We have some awesome guest speakers lined up. That is going to be at the multipurpose at 10. If you're off that day, please come out. If you can, if you're working, you take an early lunch, come out and see it. We're very excited. Shamil Balbalosa is going to be one of our guest speakers, along with John DeBerry. He's an amazing man, has an amazing story to tell. Actually marched with Dr. King and was in the audience for his last speech the day before he was assassinated. So that opportunity to hear firsthand that knowledge and that experience is not going to come around that often, so we are very excited to be able to book him to come to LaVergne. Any questions?
Thank you, David.
Yep, thank you.
Moving on to the library department, Ms. Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. You see our monthly statistics there. A little bit low, but we were closed several days during the month of December. We did some inventory, we did some maintenance in the library. So we feel pretty good about that. We're going to move on up, though. We did get 47 new patron cards, and we're happy about that. On our programs, there were 11 for ages birth to 17 with an attendance of 166. And then I want to talk just a second about two special events that we had. The LaVergne High School Junior ROTC had a reading night. And you can see a picture there at the bottom of the report. There we go. That is the Wolverine Battalion. And they are the ones who created the books that were read that night based on the 7 values of the Army, or the Army's 7 values. Get that right in this moment. So we were very happy to have them. They were very excited to be there, and we were excited to have them. So January at the library, story times are going to resume on Monday morning. So we want to encourage all of our Storytime people to come on back, and we encourage new people to come join us. We do offer story times and arts and crafts activities for all ages, from birth all the way up to 99 plus. The library will be closed on Monday, January 16th, in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. We do hope that some of our patrons will come out and join the Parks and Rec team at Multipurpose Building. I think it's going to be a great celebration. I know I'm looking forward to it. In honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 2 of my newest staff members created a display. I would love for you to come by and see it. This picture really doesn't do justice. Jonathan Skinner and Rosie Civilay created this display for us, and their very first one since being hired into the library. So proud of them. We are going to try to start a new program. It is going to be called Intro to Financial Education. This is going to be presented by Mark Pretty, and I should have had his bio. I do not, but he is very educated, very knowledgeable on all financial areas. And I just want to read it verbatim for you. It says, join us at the LaVergne Public Library for the first education presentation on financial literacy. The first course on financial literacy will cover the basics of financial education and literacy, including core financial concepts and the importance of managing personal finances. January is a good year to look into that and to get started. The suggested ages are ages 17 and over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to read 2 paragraphs. Financial literacy refers to the ability of using knowledge and skills to make informed and responsible decisions about personal financial matters. This presentation will provide an overview of these concepts and discuss the importance of financial education and literacy in managing personal finances and achieving financial goals. Throughout each course, we will discuss financial concepts such as saving, investing, budgeting, as well as the broader economic and financial environment. Mark wanted to give back to the community. He was very much an avid reader when he was younger. He would come to the library, and he said it's kind of like coming home. And so this is a free course that he is doing for us. It will be the first one on January the 12th at 5 p.m. That's a Thursday night. So we would love to have some people come out and give us some feedback if this is a course that they would like to have continued. The library board will meet Monday here at City Hall at 5 p.m. Do you have any questions?
Bless you. Thank you, Ms. Donna.
Thank you.
Moving on to the Finance Department, Ms. Tanya.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. You have the financial summary in front of you. I'm just going to touch on some highlights. In the general fund, year-to-date, our expenses exceeded revenue by $161,321. Our local sales tax year-to-date number was $6,589,603, which is $1,589,603 above our budget. It's also $658,000 above our prior year. Our state street aid, the revenue exceeded expenses by $125,000. Stormwater expenses exceeded revenue by $73,000. In our water and sewer fund, revenue exceeded expenses by $6,380,045. Just a reminder, the reason that's significantly higher is we did receive the second half of our ARPA funds, which was $5.3 million. Second page you have is just our balances on our bank accounts. The third page is our comparison to prior year. In our general fund, revenues were up $212,000, expenses were up $334,000. In our water sewer fund, revenue was up $5.5 million, expenses were up $291,000, and our water and sewer tap fees were down $37,000. Questions?
Does anyone have any questions?
No questions, just a statement. You're doing a great job. When you're presenting us these numbers and stuff, I like that, the way you do it. And I know Phyllis is about to check out on us, and I just want to say if you learn to make biscuit and gravy as good as she does, you'll be happy.
I've already been asked that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, you have, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the water treatment plant, Mr. Dwayne Lowry.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, pleasure to be here this evening. I know you all have the report. I hope you had a chance to run through it. I would prefer, if everyone's agreeable, that we just skip and discuss the Christmas water event, being that is a subject of discussion. I'm going to kind of give you a timeline of the things that happened from the water plant on out. So we'll start with December 23rd, which was a Friday. At approximately 12:30-ish in the morning, some weather was coming through. We had some power blips, and we lost our SCADA signal to our McFarland tank. So the McFarland tank, you know, is a small tank in comparison to everything else out in the system. It decided that it was going to be at 581% full. Obviously, that wasn't happening because we didn't have ice everywhere. But we were able to control that manually because we could see the discharge pressure off of our pumps. So when the pressure got to 81 pounds, we turn a pump on. When it got to 87 pounds, we shut a pump off. So we were able to cycle that manually. Then at approximately 4:30 a.m., we had some power blips that came through, and it tripped the main breaker on a raw water building. Now, the power was not off long enough for a generator to run. The main plant was fine, but the main breaker for the raw water plant was stuck in a trip position. So we came out, we looked at it, and typically you could take the pressure off by just killing all your electrical power, reset your breaker, and then start everything back up. That did not work. So we called Eaton out to do it. They came out at approximately 9 a.m. Unfortunately, they brought an 800 amp breaker, and it needed to be a 600 amp breaker. But in the meantime, they also needed NES to come out to kill the power to do the work that they needed to do. So NES came out quickly to kill the power. They came back with the right breaker, but with the changes of design over the years, that breaker did not match up in hole alignment, so he had to manufacture some stuff to get the breaker to fit in. Once the breaker repair was done, we needed NES to come back out. That took a little bit longer for them to arrive. Took approximately an hour and a half for them to show back up to turn the power back on. So the challenges we were facing at the time. So to give you the duration, we were not pumping water from Percy Lake to the plant for about 13 hours. From about 4:30-ish to about 6:30, we did not pump water into the distribution system. We were trying to conserve water at the plant, not realizing how long this was going to take, but then we turned the pumps back on. We had about 89% or so in our Sanders tank, and Sanford knob was showing us at 78%. Hindsight being 20/20, which it always is, we noticed that Sanford knob started flatlining at about 4:46 in the morning. So about 15 minutes after the issue with the raw water plant. So, you know, we were looking at things, we were running the system, conserving water, looking at the knob, saying, okay, we got 78%, we're good, Sanders looks good, let's slow the plant down, that way we can hold the water in a clear well, we'll get this raw water. And then as the day goes along, we're managing it to what we believe to be accurate. Sanders was going down a little bit, but nothing that was detrimental. We got the plant back up and running at, it was roughly 5:30 p.m., and we started treating water again. Saturday morning, so Christmas Eve morning, we come in, we had 89% in Sanders, which is almost full. We run it to about 94%. And the clear well was full, and Sanford knob was still showing 78%. Well, we caught the Sanford knob issue Friday evening about 9 o'clock. We got a hold of the on-call person. There is a gauge on the tank. It's basically, I call it a glorified float, because it just floats in the tank and just moves the gauge up and down. That gauge read the tank at 41 feet. I almost said percent, Kyle, you called me on it. Which calculates to be 89% full. So I was like, oh, good, we pumped some water into the tank. Now, we checked that again at noon, and it was still 41 feet. So something was kind of a little messed up there. And then approximately, I don't know if I have that in my notes, 7 o'clock Saturday night, the gauge fell, and it went down to 7 feet. So something was holding it up, keeping it stuck there. So when you look at Plan A is SCADA, use your SCADA system. Plan B is to use the float. Both of those failed, so now we're on Plan C. And in the whole meantime of this, we've been working with Michael Dietz and his crew on this issue. On Christmas Eve, because Sanders' tank was running low, Mike was looking at trying to get a pump in to connect to Smyrna in case we needed it. Being it's the holidays, trying to do it. He thought he had one coming from Illinois, but he didn't. We ended up finding one coming from New Jersey, and we all thought, well, that's not going to get here. But he moved forward with that. Well, at the meantime, we were still pumping. Saturday night at about 11:30-ish or so, the plant was struggling treatment-wise. When we shut the raw water pumps off for 13 hours and turned them back on, we brought in a slug of mud. And super pulsators don't like mud. So we were able to go approximately 24 hours before it started impacting us. But it started impacting us, and we had to make some treatment changes and some decisions. Danny Campbell came in Christmas Eve at about midnight, and he started working on maybe 1 in the morning. In the meantime, communication between Danny and Michael Dietz was happening, and we got a new reading of the Sanford knob that showed it to be very low. at about 3:50 in the morning. Now, we were able to run Mason Road pumps, all three of them. We were running the pumps based upon the information that we had. So on the Friday, December 23rd, we didn't run them because it looked like it was full. On Saturday, we ran them. And on Saturday night, we had shut it off. And then when Mike called us with the numbers, we turned them right back on. And they were running. And we switched to reading the tanks with the pressure gauge off the hydrant that associated with the tank. And the plant was turned around. The plant was producing water. We were pumping over 5 million gallons a day out the door to the community from there. And Sanders was still dropping, and we were still pumping from Mason Road. So at 4 in the morning, we turned Mason Road back on when we got the very low tank reading. At 3:30 in the afternoon on Christmas Day, because the 3:50 in the morning was actually Christmas Day, Christmas Eve night into Christmas Day. 3:30 in the afternoon, we got a tank reading that showed that we're about 75% full at Sanford Knob. At 6 o'clock-ish, we were told it was 60% full, and we were pumping. And in order to fill up Sanders, we stopped pumping for a little bit, just to let things balance with Sanders. And then at 7:20, we were told it was very low again. So we started pumping again. So through all that, we had some issues with the SCADA system. We had some issues, obviously, with the float that was on the tank. And we had some issues with the hydrant gauges and what actually was happening within the distribution system. The interesting thing for us, from our side, at least from Infomark's point of view, there is a number that people call to file complaints about the water at the water plant. We only received 13 phone calls. We received one on Christmas Day. And that one was to let us know that somebody's neighbor's pipe burst. We received, and I have this in front of me, if I turn it the right way, 5 on Christmas Eve, one of them from the same address, and all saying low pressure. Now, what we do as your operator is we turn those over to Public Works as this is what it is, and then they go investigate them. And everyone that I know that Mike's aware of that they investigated, they had water. There was water there. The pressure was lower, but there was water. And on December 26th, we had 7 of them. Two of all these were in the Sanders zone. The other ones we believe to be in what would be fed from Sanford Knob. But all of them had water, lower pressure, but water. Mike told me when we were talking throughout this that there was issues that they received on call, and most of them were frozen meters, busted meters, frozen service lines. And even when they hooked up the Smyrna pump, it actually came in from New Jersey at approximately noon to 1 o'clock on Monday, December 26th, which when you think about that, considering the weather that was happening across the United States, that's actually remarkable. And, Xylem should be thanked for getting that to us as quickly as they did. But when he was hooking that up, he was even having conversations with people saying, thank you, but I have water, but it's lower pressure, but I still have water. So from our knowledge, it seems like, yes, we're low on pressure, but it's not a big event. It's a big concern, but it's not a big event. That's two separate things. We want to take care of the concern before it becomes an event, if that makes sense in the way that I say it. So the information we had in our hand was we got low water. We know we got low water. We had a plan in place. We were working through the plan, and we put everything on. It took approximately, well, the Smyrna pump was connect and turn on at 6:49 p.m. on December 26th. It took that long because everything has to be fabricated on site when that pump comes. So it's not just a plug and play. You have to build it. So that was turned on. We were still feeding water through Mason Road. We fed with Smyrna and Mason Road all of December 27th, and Smyrna pump was shut off on December 28th at about 9 p.m. And we have been running smoothly ever since. The plant has been producing a lot of water through this whole event. We were up, like I said, over 5 million gallons out the door. We were treating about 6.7 million gallons of raw water. The hiccup was on the 24th, but we recovered from that quickly. And there's just, it's one of those things where you look back and you go, what could we do different? How can we make this better? What can we learn from this? Well, one of the things that me and Danny have talked about is, you know, getting a better idea of the pressure in the system. What can we do? Is there pressure gauges that we could go physically read that are in place that, because SCADA's out, so can we go physically read them? We had a meeting on Tuesday, and we're going to be working on how do we make that better. We also can talk about SCADA and alarms that can give us, even before it can go out, to say, hey, the pressure is lower than this set point. What would that be? We'll have to build that out, you know. But that is something I think is critical that we've talked about throughout the SCADA project of things that we could do to make this better. And pressurizing the system by knowing the pressure numbers. You know, we were, honestly, there's part A and part B failed because, you know, the SCADA system stuck, the float stuck, and then the tank readings were working, or the hydrant readings were working, and then it bottomed out, and we were just pumping. So I don't know if that helps. I don't know if that explains anything. I feel like I should answer more questions now than I should be talking. So if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to field them.
Well, first off, I'm going to chime in because I know I spoke with some residents over in the Ridge, Woodland Hills, and Summit View that, and over in Dove Creek that didn't have water at various times. Michael, I believe I was working with you on some of the Ridge people at the very last minute whenever everything got hooked up. So while this may not be a huge event to y'all, to the people who were impacted during Christmas, it was.
No,
So,
and don't let me, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor, but don't let me mistake. At the time, it didn't feel like an event. When you look back, it is definitely an event. If you look at any of the emails I've sent, I call it the Christmas water event. So I don't want to be mistaken. It's just, you know, level of information that you have at that moment made it feel different than what it ended up being, if that makes sense.
So for me, the big thing is, number one, because I know we've met, I know you've been working with staff, and have we identified action items that either have already been put in place or are being put in place to prevent this in the future? Some of it, I know you can't prevent weather. I mean, weather's going to be weather, but to prevent this in the future. And if so, what are those?
So one of the things we've been talking about, at least from Infomark's point of view, we already have a process in place of working with the city. Mm-hmm. So when we see something, when we work with Michael Dietz and his team, and the response has always been great, the collaboration is always great. And we're like, what can we do differently? Well, one of the things to talk about is the pressures, getting better pressure in the system. So when you look at the situation, what could we have done different? Well, we couldn't do anything different at the water plant. It was run as hard as it could run. What we could have done differently is we could have ran Walden Road and Mason Road together and say, all right, we now can run 3 pumps at Mason Road, and we would confer to make sure that that was acceptable with Michael Dietz and his team on the situation at hand, because if he's got a main break somewhere, he may not want all 3 pumps on until he gets that fixed. So we would have to collaborate with that. We could also run Waldron. The SCADA system, we've talked about that. I mean, can we get alarms when there's power? Yeah. When there's no power, it doesn't help us. There's really no help. But we also talked about, can we install physical gauges so that in the event this were to happen again and we need to go physically to the site and read something, that is strategically placed based upon the hydraulics of that area, so we know exactly what the pressure is in that area. Not necessarily on the suction side of a pump or the discharge side of a pump, but at the base of a tank. So that we could say, hey, I have 15 pounds of pressure in this tank, which is approximately 37 feet of water. So that we can do the math and understand what we have. So that was being discussed. And a lot of this needs to be put on SCADA systems so that we could trend it, so that we could determine what is normal. Because if you could put a pressure gauge out there, and if you go check it once every 2 years, once every year, when an event does happen, you don't necessarily know what normal is. So getting it on SCADA so you can trend it, and even when the SCADA goes out, at least we have a physical device that we can walk to and look at, drive to, whatever the case may be. So communication-wise, the plan's already in place with that, Mayor, and that went well. Danny and Mike, and you know, we all work together. Danny talked with me, I talked with Mike, I talked with Kyle, I talked to Bruce, I talked to you about, you know, at least the NES power thing, to see if you could help us get that done a little faster. But I don't think it's internally on the process that we have in place, communication's an issue at all. It's just, even if we were to, we talked today about what if we put in heaters? Well, it doesn't do you any good when the power goes out. If it's that cold and power goes out, you still have the same problem. You all don't have the same type of weather as I do back home, and it would not make financial sense to do some of the builds that are done with what you have because the costs run high. But, you know, we could still continue to talk through that to say, is there better things to do? I mean, mind you, this is 1 week later, so there's still a lot of discussion that's gonna happen that we're gonna learn from. There's still data to file through to say, you know, more lessons learned. What can we do differently?
Bruce, Kyle, y'all are both the city administrators, assistant city administrator. Do y'all want to weigh in on this event and as far as the other side of it, the city side, and just kind of talk any about that or your thoughts about what we can do differently?
I think in the future, you know, this SCADA project that we're having designed right now is one of the things that with this event happening, as Dwayne's stating, is I think we can make sure if there's any improvements or any pressure readings that we need at locations with the alarms and stuff like that, that would be a huge benefit that we know that now, that we can get it into the project, that in the future, hopefully, we get some alarms and stuff like that, because what you had is an event that really when we was getting information, we were getting the information that they were seeing, but that was not correct information. I mean, when you go to a tank that the SCADA is telling you it's at 78%, you get out to the site because you're like, okay, this can't be right because it's stuck on that. You go out to the site, it says 41 feet. Okay, do we have 41 feet in there or do we not? So, you know, you're going by the information you have, and until we realize that, hey, that's stuck at 41 feet. We didn't know it was stuck at 41 feet, or nobody that went out in the field to look at it didn't know that. Like Dwayne said, hindsight is 20/20. You see later on that it goes to, what was it, 7 feet or something like that. When it dropped, clearly it was froze. So we just so happened to have SCADA that it stuck. We had the gauge on the side of the tank that stuck. Then, you know, they went to option C as far as looking at pressure at the hydrant to see if they could determine, you know, okay, well, this is what we feel is in the tank. At that point, like he said, they were doing different pumping scenarios is the best way, I think, to put it, that will give you water in different locations at different times. So you're not only just, I'm only filling up Sanders or I'm only filling up Sanford Knob, you're putting water in either all locations or you're putting it in Sanford Knob. When you're doing that, of course, you're pressurizing the system, because if you're getting water in the tank, basically the whole system, because I know fire's been mentioned. To my knowledge, I don't know that anybody went connected to a hydrant that said there was no water, that there was low pressure. I don't think anybody can determine that fire was an issue, because if we were filling the tank, it had to be pressurized. So that's one of the things I think a lot of it could be, and that's what I find also that we need to, like you said, it's only been a week after. I know a lot of people are throwing out the term water outage, but going from the information I received, it was basically low pressure. And
excuse me,
I mean, it's just, that's one of the things that if there was no water, you know, how many people contacted Dwayne or how many people contacted on-call? I know Dietz had an on-call guy that was getting 80-something calls. Okay, in the future, we may have to have 2 or 3 on-call guys because one on-call guy cannot keep up with the amount of calls that we were getting. And so what I'm saying is, when you're looking back at the complaints, to my knowledge, the ones that we had that said no water was almost every one of them meter busted, meter froze, service line froze. That has nothing to do with the pressure in the system. So, like I said, kind of what Dwayne was saying through the whole thing is, with the information we had, we made the best decisions that we could. Basically, Dietz, in my opinion, made an outstanding call on Saturday night to go ahead and get the pump en route, because the pump does cost money. It's going to cost. So do you really need it? Do you not? He just felt that something just didn't add up, so he said he went ahead and made the call. And I'm glad he did. The pump got there as quick as it could get there. That's the quickest we could get hooked up to Smyrna. When we got hooked up to Smyrna and got caught back up, we've had no problems. What happened was we had an event where the power was out and then the SCADA was wrong. And then we made decisions based on information that was bad. So how do we fix that in the future? We try to make sure that SCADA gives us proper information. Hopefully we can do things to where he's talking about on heaters and stuff. What we feel like happened on the tanks is some components, probably when the power went out, they were off long enough because they're usually a battery backup. We feel that the battery, because of the temperature, did not keep those components basically running. So what happened? They lost programming. So is there SCADA components out there that, do not lose the programming, or is that something that's common? Is there something that we can have besides the battery backup that would keep it from losing? Because if that's going to happen every time, then, that's something we can look for. This is something that we've never had happen, so I don't think we looked for right off the beginning that, hey, this is going to happen. So I know I probably didn't answer everybody's questions, and I know I probably made some people not happy, but, we can only do with what information we have.
The one more thing, if I could jump in, that popped in my head as Kyle was talking, and, it's an expensive option, but there's also an option of having generators out at the sites. So if you lose power, you have generators. So SCADA PLCs don't lose their programming immediately. They lose their programming after being off for a while. So both McFarland and Sanford now both lost their program. That's with those units being off for a while. So whether we have battery backup, maybe bigger battery backups, like maybe even something that can run a heater to keep something warm, or a small gen set that's set that when the power fails, it kicks on. That's an option, so that at least the SCADA won't drop, and we can keep the signal coming. Now, the two things that were wrong, and I'm going to get these wrong because every time I get told them, they go in one ear and out the other. I don't know why they don't stick in my head. But one of them at the knob had to do with a component that was loose, that was felt it was totally weather related, that the connection wasn't right. That if it would have been warmer, that connection wouldn't have failed, but he had to reset that, and because it was down for so long, it had to be reprogrammed. The other part with McFarland was also weather related, and for the life of me, I cannot remember exactly what happened with that one, but they were both weather related. That if there would have been heat, probably wouldn't have happened. Now, the loose component thing, there's kind of a underlying blessing there, because that would have failed at some point because it wasn't seated properly as an electronic component. But it just happened to fail when it got cold.
Michael, is there anything you want to add from this whole event for the board, or anyone has any other questions?
I've got a quick question regarding the communication systems and the messages. Who gets those messages? Who logs those messages? Because I'm a little confused, because I know I personally live in the Ridge, and I had 7 residents of the Ridge who told me they called Christmas Day and reported no outage, and it's just difficult for me to believe that those 7 calls you reported today were those residents.
There's two different methods that the citizens have. They have our water complaint hotline, which we only received 1. So our operators get those calls, they take those calls, they log those calls. But there's also a number on the website that they could call to get a hold of on-call on the city site. I don't have view to that. And I'm not saying that, from my perspective, we had one that came to the plant directly.
Gotcha.
So there's just two avenues that the community could reach out to. And, maybe in the lessons learned, we clarify those avenues a little better.
So going back, Michael, is there anything you want to add from this weather event from your side of things? Because we're trying to paint the whole picture for everyone, so they get the whole sides.
Yes, sir. And just to echo what, has already been mentioned, it was an event. I felt like that event was managed to the best of our ability. I want this board and the citizens of LaVergne to know that. There's always going to be criticism and questions of what we could have done differently, and that's what we will learn from. That's our goal, is to learn from this event, what can we do differently to make it better next time. However, going back, would I made any changes different during this event? I can't say that I would. I feel like we managed it. I feel like we maintained the water in the system to the best of our ability. We got it restored as quickly as we possibly could over a holiday weekend, and I'm very proud of my team at the Public Works Department.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for Dwayne or Michael?
Well, did Smyrna have an issue with their water system? I know we got water from them, but what is Smyrna doing different than we are if they didn't have no issues?
Sir, I can't speak to that because I don't know how their system's laid out, but to my knowledge, they did not have any issues. We're thankful that they're a great neighbor, and we have a policy in place where we can get water when needed, if needed.
And I will chime in. Our neighbors to the north, Davidson County, did have significant problems. Whenever the news reported on LaVergne, it was as a footnote to the fact that Nashville had an under-the-river break on top of all of their other breaks.
Yes, sir. And if I may, just real quick, another side note here, the water event was one issue, but I'd also like to recognize all the guys and gals that worked during the winter event throughout the snow and ice, because there was a lot of hours that was put in there to make sure that the road was cleared for the citizens of LaVergne, as well emergency services. So just like to recognize those guys as well.
Anyone have any other questions for Dwayne or Michael?
So, in your opinion, because I dealt with it, do you think those glitches from the electrical had anything to do with the SCADA and power? And
It's a difficult question to answer,
I
but
know.
my opinion is it definitely did on the raw water plant, tripping that breaker. And I'm not 100% certain that it had any, it might have had some play with the tanks, but I think that was more of maybe the glitch and the cold weather at the same time. But we're at the plant, we're not at the tanks. So I can't 100% say that those glitches even happened at those tank sites. We know they happened at the plant, because we were physically present.
And Carl brought up a good point. He talked about the fire hydrants. So we really don't know if the fire hydrants had water or not. Is that a fair statement?
So, to that, Vice Mayor, so that was thought of during the event as well by me personally. And to my knowledge, we was pumping 200,000 gallons a minute from Mason Road Pump Station into the south part of LaVergne, which would provide 2,000 gallons a minute in the event of a fire. We had the ability to kick on a third pump, which would have added another 1,000 gallons per minute to that system. Now, if we had gotten much lower in the Standards water tank, then yes, sir, that call would have been made. So during the event, it was thought of, but the concern was not as high as priority as getting the Smyrna connection hooked up.
And if I can add a little bit to that. So these tanks have to be taken out for maintenance. And Sanford Knob has been out of service, or we fed the system through Mason Road and Walden Road. So it's not that you can't have fire protection with the tank out of completely empty, 2 foot of water, 5 foot of water. You still can have fire protection. You're just feeding it from a different methodology because the tank is out of service. So we could have turned, and if there was something like that would have happened, we could have turned more pumps on.
How long would that take in case of an emergency? Do we
Second.
have
It
seconds or
It doesn't
minutes?
take
that-
long. As soon as we get the phone call, it's a click of a button and it turns on. And if we have to drive to it, whatever drive time it is from the plant to there, or from wherever one of his guys might be, it might even be closer, in case the SCADA wouldn't turn it on. It's not a long time to do that.
In which we was already providing 2,000 gallons per minute that we knew was leaving the pump.
So the terminology came up over this is the perfect storm. And from everything you've talked about, that's exactly what it was, from an ungodly cold for this area, electric, data, just everything. Once you got everything up and running, and I'm gonna put Michael or Kyle on the spot, if we were not in this ridiculous predicament we're in with Stones River, would those tanks have filled up better, quicker if we had those lines put in?
Yeah, you're talking about the 24
Yes,
inch.
yes.
Yes, if that line was in, we can pump max. I mean, we can get 10 million gallon a day to that tank. Currently, with the piping system we have in, we max out about 5 million gallon a day pumping rate to get to Sanders tank. So that's where, if that line was done today, we could have got more water to the tanks quicker. The problem with that would have been like what Dwayne was talking about, just being all open about it. That's where whenever he is saying that the clear well was at a certain level, well, you got to use the clear well water to backwash. And I know this is going to get a lot of, probably too deep, but you can only produce so much water that they're limited to. So even if you had the 24 in, and let's say we was thinking we can get 10 million gallons a day, you got to produce that amount of water, and we're, not at that. So there would have been some limitations, but yet could we have done better at getting water to the system? Yes, if it was done. And so in the future, with the 24-inch done and with the SCADA project, once it gets completed, hopefully this does not happen again.
And even when you look at what we were able to do, I've always heard the number of 5 million was the max we could do through the 18-inch line. We were over 5 million going out the door. I think we hit 5.3, 5.4 out the door. So, it would have been better to have that 24-inch in place. But even with the 18, I think we did pretty good at getting the water in the system.
You kept talking about a glitch. When the electricity goes off the water treatment plant, the diesel generators come on and kick in. Is that what you think might have tripped a fuse or something?
No, sir, because what happens is the utility power has to be off for a certain amount of time before that generator recognizes that there's no utility power, and then it turns on, and then there's a delay in the transfer switch before it transfers. That whole process, utility power have to be off for about 45 seconds. So when it's one of these type things, the generator would never turn on. And that's by design. That's to make sure that we're not backfeeding from a generator into the utility power.
And it has to start over every time it does that, the timing.
It will recognize each individual process.
So it sounds like you've done all you could do. I know Michael did, man. I was talking to him and his guys, and not only did they have to deal with that, they had a big water main break and had to deal with that. So my final question is this: as a collectively group, it seems that some of the citizens' concerns out there, which Kyle brought this up too, is some didn't have water, some had low pressure. The neighbor had water, but this neighbor didn't. It was kind of crazy. So as far as a communication thing, if something like this were to happen again, who could they? I know they were calling, and apparently everybody thought that we all knew exactly what was going on. I know I didn't. I just heard the terminology perfect storm. How can we, as a collective group, get there's no way you can put in a statement everything that we've talked about here in the last 20 minutes in a short term. Now, if you send something short out there to say, hey, it's broke, it's going to take a while, is that going to pacify? Probably not, but to get things out there.
We've talked about it. It's a difficult question because there's always a communication in cold weather that when you have a crawl space or a basement that's not heated, it's a trickle water so that your lines don't freeze. So there's a difference between trickling water and open up a faucet in your bathtub. So you don't want to use that one, you just need to move it slowly. But if you turn around and then say, we need you to conserve water, Then the next thing you know, if people follow that and they turn it off, then their line could freeze. And then we end up with a break in a line that's running more water than they were if they were trickling it. So when you look at the decisions that we're making at the time, you're like, what do you say? Because, you know, what we were seeing was low pressure. I'm not saying that people didn't have water, because hindsight's 20/20. We're learning that people didn't have water. But at the time, it was low pressure. So it's like, I was talking to Bruce about water conservation notice, and like, do we not? It's a very difficult decision to make at that time with those extreme temperatures. You know, is there a different method to communicate to the citizens? Maybe we can collaborate on something that would be a little bit better, but I think we need to spend some time to make sure we have something that's foolproof. From us, on this side, working the thing, you're just trying to make phone calls and talk and make decisions and react. And maybe there's a way we could put something together where there's one person that could be reached out to that could put the things out there to the community that may not be in place today. Then I mean.
Well, if everybody had their water dripping like most people did, that would have used up a lot of water. That might have been one of the reasons you had low water pressure. If everybody left their water dripping, that's got to make up a lot of water.
Yeah, and that's the hard one. How do we know who's doing it? You're right. If everyone was doing it, that would take up pressure, that would take up water. You don't know who's doing it. You're just putting that recommendation out as a precaution so the homeowner doesn't have a line freeze. So you don't know who's actually doing that. And you don't know what that consumption is to know what you have to balance out and what you pump into the system.
Well, I'm going to say thank you to staff, because I know for myself, I was out of town. I know, Michael, you tried to reach me a couple times, and where I was basically a little bit further back than Deliverance. So I was unreachable. And, I mean, y'all handled that as best you could, considering all the circumstances going on. So I want to say thank you, because I know Danny's coming in Christmas at 1 a.m. working. Your staff worked through, because whenever I got back, I went out to where y'all were at. And so thank you guys, because y'all gave up your holiday with your families, just like everybody. Everyone's stuck in this situation. You're out here working in the cold. So thank you.
Yeah, I would. It seems like the biggest thing is the communication part, because it took 3 days before something came out from Public Works on what happened. So everything what started happening with this perfect storm, December 23rd, from everything, I know that through Facebook communication, social media, whenever there's a water line break or whatever. I live on Cedar Park Circle. We were known for our water main breaks. So anytime there was a water main break, there's something goes out on social media. Water main break, you're going to have an issue. Why wasn't something put out on social media when this was recognized?
Absolutely.
That's my biggest question, and it seems like that's the questions from the citizens. Why did it take 3 days before something came out and then everything was fixed? Or basically, everything was on the road to being fixed? That's my biggest thing. Because I work at Vanderbilt, and anytime something happens around the campus or around the area, we get an alert on our email, we get an alert on our phone if we want it. And I know, like I said, the community, depends on social media. So, that's my biggest thing, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse. But I think there should have been better communication when this perfect storm started happening. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody or anything, but that's another thing to look at in your future planning and your policies and procedures.
And we most certainly will, yes, ma'am.
I just want to add on to what Carol said, but I honestly, being medical, and looking at the scenario, reading through the recap of exactly what happened. I honestly think the missed opportunity here is preventatively. When we're ordering pumps ahead of time preventatively, just in case we need water from Smyrna, I think that's a great time to notify the public, hey, you know, there's potential outage, conserve your water, you know, whatever recommendations you have at that time. But, you know, just preventatively, once we're starting to put a plan in action, just in case, that's a great time to let our citizens know on Christmas Eve, just in case we might be in a tight spot tomorrow, the next day, and the next few days. If you take a look at how Middle Tennessee Electric kind of approaches things with the high capacity, they preventatively alerted the community to try to reduce their demand, and they let them know the possibility of outages before they ever even started the rolling blackout. Just give the community a little bit more time to prepare for these instances.
Any other questions?
And I also want to make a note that I really think that it was any time that we have a problem with our water service, I think the fire department should be the absolute first people to know. I know, you know, based on the data that you've collected, that things would have been just fine, but for their first notification to be a social media when it's gone out to the public, that is not acceptable. Like, there are lives at risk that we need to consider. So, like I said, the emergency services, fire, most importantly. And I know he said you guys have great working relationships, and this is just kind of a one-off circumstance with everything, it seems like. But emergency services, number one, first and foremost. We got to keep in mind the safety of our citizens overall. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion.
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas.
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to new business. First reading, ordinance 2023-01, and an ordinance to amend Title 5, Chapter 4 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding purchasing. Need a motion to approve or deny?
I make a motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2023-01, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Property Conservation Matching Grant Program. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Resolution 2023-02, a resolution authorizing the City of LaVergne to participate in the Public Entity Partners Cyber Security Partners Matching Grant Program. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Alderman Waldron.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Resolution passes. Moving on, number 7, approve a contract for purchase and sale of real estate and lease agreement for 169 Stones River Road, existing Fire Station 41. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'm going to second it for discussion because there was a sticking piece here about the lease agreement. Bruce, did we get that worked out?
Yes, sir. The lease amount will be $500 per month, and that has been put into the lease agreement that's in your packet.
Okay. Should all have that. That's it for questions for me. Anyone have any other discussion?
Just one more. When does the time limit start as far as the $500 a month?
Well, there is no time limit. It'll start once the property exchanges hands.
That's what I'm.
And until we're able to move out of the building.
And how long will it take before, if it's approved tonight, how long will it take before it's?
There is a period of time, due diligence time. I'm thinking it's 60 days. And then they have to close, I believe, within 30 days after that. So we're looking at approximately 90 days until we close, if everything goes through.
Any other questions?
The concern to me that I brought up in the workshop is, the price was 300,000 and the property was auctioned off beside it for 710,000. It brought up, in the workshop that the contents was included, but the contents of the building was auctioned off separate. So the $710,000 was for the building and the property, not for the contents. The shelving, the glass cases, all the merchandise in there was auctioned off, but it was auctioned off separate. The building next door, which the building is bigger, but it's a big difference between $300,000 and $710,000. If you take the building twice as big, you're over twice as big in price. And it's concerned to me about the price. You just go back to the old post office, the code building. We sold it for less than the appraisal, and then it just seemed like we're getting into a pattern that we're selling city property less than the value. And that's something that that really concerned me. Your two properties right next to each other. It don't settle with me real good, and I want to broad up that. But the contents now was not included in the $710,000. None of the contents, the shelving, the showcases, nothing was auctioned off separate. The $710,000 was the building and the property, and we sold the old fire department for $300,000. Basically same size land, which the building was a little bit bigger, but I just concerned about the price.
Well, just to point out, the stormwater building was, the board did vote to go under price. For the public works, it was, as far as stormwater, was under the appraised price. Public works was $100,000 over the appraised price, and this is right at appraised price. So that is part of this, and this is an offer from the purchaser. So just to put that out there, the land size is different. They're not the same. This is a smaller parcel. With that, Alderman Waldron?
I know.
Alderwoman Haas?
No.
Alderwoman Hobbs?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, no? Aye. I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the beer board. We've got 2 terms expiring and 2 applicants. And this is one that's appointed by the mayor, confirmed by the board. So I will appoint Kevin Oliver and Becky Pollock back to the beer board. All in favor?
Aye. Abstain.
Moving on to the library board. We have got 3 terms expiring. We have 1 applicant that got in before the deadline today. I believe we have another one for next month, but we've got Kayla Koester, and need a motion to appoint this person.
I make a motion to appoint Kayla to the library board.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Next, we have the Local Emergency Planning Committee. We have got, let's see here, 5 terms expiring, and we've got 1 that's a requested change out by the organization. So I'm going to appoint Marty Blair, Daniel Campbell, Brent Hatcher, Chris Schmidt, and Alex Thompson to the Local Emergency Planning Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
Moving on to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got 1 term that expired. We've got Chuck Isbell, contacted him. He does want to stay on this board. We also have another applicant as well. This is one where I appoint, the board confirms. I will reappoint Chuck Isbell to the Parks and Recreation Board. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Last, we've got the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board. We've got 2 terms that are that have expired. We've got 1 that's wanting to stay on this board. Looks like that is Jeff Moss. I'll make a motion to reappoint Jeff Moss. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderman Waldron.
I want everybody to remember the Montgomery family in their prayers for the loss and the family members. Check on the elderly, make sure your pets has got fresh water and shelter. And again, I put a item on the agenda for the 24th or 25th time, and Jason has it removed. Somebody spoke at Citizens Forum about the mayor. That's hitting the nail right on the head. I put the same thing on the agenda over 24 times, and he has removed it 24 times. And that's all. Thank you.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Yeah, just a reminder, the LaVergne Rescue Unit's having a Country Ham fundraiser on January 14th from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Cost is $12 per person. Also wanted to encourage everybody to come out for the MLK Day ceremony on January 16th at 10 a.m. at the multipurpose building. And just a reminder to everybody, the annual communication survey is available on the city website through February 28th. You can also get hard copies at City Hall, Parks and Rec, the library, or the senior center. So I encourage everybody to complete those surveys.
Alderwoman Hawes.
Yes, there was a post that came out on Facebook about the baseball, softball signups coming soon. So everyone that wants to sign their children up for baseball and softball, please keep an eye out for the Facebook post. And everybody stay safe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, no.
I just want to brag again on the water guys and, man, guys, I know y'all were doing all you could do. There may have been some lack of communication, but we weathered that perfect storm. So great job, all you emergency guys. I seen you out there. This thing about the mayor, I've been thinking about this. And I'm not picking on Michael, I'm just bringing him up. If Michael has an employee he has a problem with, it goes to HR. HR goes to Kyle goes to Bruce, and then they talk back and forth. By the time anything gets to this guy, it's a done deal. He's not gonna, it's just a matter of somebody putting their name on it. If you take it out of his hand, put it in Bruce, by the time it gets to Bruce, it's a done deal. So that stuff is hearsay. But anyway, thank you guys again for a good job. Hope that doesn't happen again. So, that's it.
Thank you, sir. Well, first off, I do want to remind everyone about the Martin Luther King Day ceremony. It should be wonderful. We have worked very diligently, and when I say we, I'm talking about David McGowan and his staff on getting the guest speakers here. Mr. DeBerry we've been working on that for several years, so very big props to you and your team for that and for everyone who's coming in to work that event. So I hope you all join us. It'll be 10 a.m. down at the multipurpose building. I do want to thank staff for working through Christmas on restoring water, including my own, where I live, is part of this. So thank you for that. And hopefully we can use this as a building tool and improve things for the next weather event, because regardless, there will be another one of who sits in any of these seats. There will always be weather events. Lastly, when it comes to the Hire and Fire Authority, which is what Alderman Waldron was talking about, yes, I have removed that because, like Vice Mayor No said, it actually is a multi-pronged process, and it comes from a director to HR, through legal, through our city administrators, before it ever gets to me. So that's something that's a check and balance. If you put it on an individual employee, as it's already been threatened in the past, Alderman Waldron, where if they didn't do certain things the board would do, the board would just fire that employee. And I don't think that's right and proper. This allows a check system for everybody, and this was the same process that went on whenever you were mayor. So this is something that's keeping with a normal tradition that has kept the city moving forward and has kept the city out of trouble. So with that, we call the meeting adjourned.
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a 1-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with, the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second. Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a 1-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a 1-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. And thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This kind of brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees. the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and that's, of course, still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3 high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2, medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high-density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land that's undeveloped that lies directly across the street, across Cheney from this location. So this was here last May of this year, so these are some of the photos from May. And then this is a couple weeks ago, or 3, so you get to see it in both seasons. And again, here's a shot from Cheney in May. It's amazing how much is covered up, and you really can't tell with all the vegetation. Can't tell exactly what's on the property. This is, again, looking up Cheney, so this is north, going all the way toward that 3-way stop at Old Nashville. And then this is another view that shows the dwelling. So there's a home there, looks like a typical maybe double wide. And then there is a mobile home that you probably saw back in this photo. So this is 4.3 acres, and they're requesting to rezone from agricultural to high-density residential. And on the screen, they've submitted a concept plan